Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook up your fun. I'm going to be a host, caster, analyst for the entirety of the saga. My name is BhaiBrother Gaming. Joining us along with the journey, it is none other than, of course, Ankit Sharma. That is going to be an incredible turn of events. Ankit, how excited are you, mate, to get this all rolling along?
Thanks for that warm introduction, first of all, Blotter. And I'm very much excited for this national championship. And I'm pretty much looking forward to what the teams have to offer to us because there will be a lot of matches that will be taking its course all upon all.
Absolutely, mate. Because again, when you talk about the format itself, it is going to be, well, right off the bat, we're going to be stepping into the semi-finals where we will have 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Yep. Every group will have 8 teams in it. Now, as we get started off, of course, we do have the explanator right in front of our screen. So as we start off, we're looking at 32 teams. From there, we move on to the top 24 teams. And from that 24 teams, only 16 will move into the finals, Ankit.
Yes, exactly. I mean, look at that churning level. From 32, it gets down to 24, then it gets down to 16. So look at that filtering level from 32, then 24, then 16. So a lot of opportunities for all these teams. That means they have a very good chance for this whole tournament.
Exactly, because again, when it comes down to the first saga itself, where we start off in the semifinals, we've got 32 teams. They will have 8 days to get this all set up for themselves. Every single day, we're looking at 6 games. 6 games that are going to be played from all of these groups, and that is going to turn into a massive war by the end of the journey, along with which, of course, there is this massive prize pool that you have to talk about where $30,000 is on the line.
Exactly, total of $30,000, and that is divided between the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10 to 16 get 500. But look at that massive first place prize pool, a total of $10,000. So, Blotter, that's a very, very, very big number and a hefty amount of sum if I have to talk about that.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, the nation was hailed to bring in their best warriors, and here they are. They've got themselves set up into individual teams, but now will be the moment where these players are going to have to prove their mettle to their nation and showcase the best of the play that they possibly can. And how are they going to do it? Well, bring in those kills, bring in those points, along with which, if you get a chicken dinner, well, that's a cherry on top.
I mean, exactly, the standard point system. The first placement, the team gets the first position, gets a total of 15 points. The second gets 12, third 10, and it keeps decreasing down to 2 points, and 8 to 2 just get the 1 total points. 13 to 16 gets none. But mind you, that's just still the thing that I say about it. The kill point, 1 kill point, total 1 point is awarded to you. So it brings all in all. If you are eliminated at the start of the match, even if you have at least 4 to 5 kills, you are still in the game.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, walking away with, it's about consistency eventually, right? You have to be consistent every single game. Now, we were talking about 6 games that are going to be played. Now, in that, we'll start off with Erangel, move on to Miramar. That's going to be the schedule of today's day. When it comes down to that, we've got it on our screens where game number 1 will be seen on Erangel. And mind you, once again, as we just mentioned, we have 4 groups. So first 2 games are going to be played amongst Erangel and Sanhok with the groups A and B.
I mean, exactly. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel for the day. And the first 4 matches, as you just mentioned, Group A and B will be going head-to-head. But the next last 2 games, that will be the Miramar and Erangel. So the day starts with Erangel and the day ends with Erangel. And the last 2 games for the day will be for the Group C and D. But we are strictly heading towards the squad roster with the Group A straight onto the team TRZ Esports, DoD Esports, BIP Esports, and AL Esports. What do you have to say about all these teams?
Well, again, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for those bots in pajamas because I love the name, I love the play. Let's see what are they going to bring into the table. But with that, as we move along towards Group A itself, we've got PMNC Esports, TREX, they've got SLX as well as, of course, Team SANGAI. But move on to Group B. Now, this is where things are going to get interesting because 7C chimes in along. TRZ is going to be part of it, along with Kings of BD as well as BhaiBrothers.
Completely, I'll have my eyes locked upon the 7C Esports and also VNM Legends into the frame, Steel Shot, Void, Nightwing, and Fipan. All the 4 players, we have seen them playing in the past in different tournaments, and they have made that standout performance. Also, the team like LEOPARD, VD69 Official, and BFS Esports. So, a lot of teams that have a great experience in the past, and some teams that will be bringing all together a new experience. So, I'm in for it.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, when it comes to these sort of tournaments, right? The best thing that I am
Yeah,
always excited and energized about is the fact that yes, you've got VNM Legends and the teams that we know, like Bots and Pajamas, TRZ, and whatnots. But eventually, it also does bring in new teams to the flavor, right? To the mix, and that is where things get a bit more dynamic. That is where you just don't know these dark
exactly.
horses, so to be called, can very well just change the play from Venom Legends or even esports to Bots and Pajamas. It is going to be an interesting one, is all I can say. But when it comes to prediction, though, when it comes to prediction, Ankit, what teams would you like to mention from Group A and B that you think are going to be taking the day for today?
I'm in bots and pajamas. I just mentioned I will too have my eyes locked upon them. But apart from them, teams like TREX, I will also have a look upon them. From Group B, 7C Esports is a very promising team, and just like them, Venom Legends. But some other teams like PX, I will also have a very good eye upon them. So as just mentioned, there are some teams that have played in the past. Some new teams will be coming in the frame. So the teams that are coming into them, they have a very big sample size if they have to read the gameplays of the team that they have played in the past. So opportunity for them and also for the teams that have played in the past.
Absolutely, mate. Because again, I mean, we talk about 7C Esports, right? We've got Rahat in there, who is the captain for the team. Simply put, right? He is the one who's leading the
Yeah,
charts when it comes to that team. And 7C again, that is a very dynamic team. But again, the play is going to be made on what the others do in the lobby, and for that, we have these new names that, as you just mentioned, right? We've got DoD in there, we've got T-Rex in there, and that is what will maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, change the dynamic of that play, and maybe even bring in a little bit of that rivalry, right off the bat in the first game
exactly.
itself. It is Erangel. We know that few of these teams have their set
Yeah.
location, their drop locations, but when these new, again, dark horses, for lack of a better term, are going to be chiming in along, that is where rivalry is going to get started, and that is something I'm eagerly waiting to be a part of, mate.
I mean, exactly. What best feast it can be, starting of the day with the Erangel. So we all know this as a classic player, as a competitive player. We have played this match in a very regular way, and I'll really waiting to see how the team goes on to either will there be some drop clashes or there will be some cut off rotation. So start of the day, right of the day. If we go for Erangel, what are your expectation if you talk about that?
Well. Again, when you talk about those expectations, first thing first, we have to talk about that circle, right? We have to talk about the circle. If you're
Military
talking about
circle,
PUBG Mobile, you
please.
do want to be bringing that up, right? And that is where
Yes.
things go a bit haywire because again, certain teams are going to prefer that it better be towards the southern side of the map. But then again, that is where the bridge camp comes into play. That is where, exactly as you pointed out, those cut rotations are going to be part of it as well. And that is something that makes the gameplay that much more interesting and enjoyable for us as well as viewers, I believe. But along with that, the viewers sitting back at home that you guys are enjoying, well, I would like to request you to not forget to hashtag Wook Up Your Fun along with, well, showcase your love to the team that you're following and supporting, because it is going to be crucial. It is going to be really, really detrimental for you guys to get that much love and support from the viewers as well.
Yes, I mean exactly. A lot of teams must be having a lot of the players, a lot of audience must have their favorite audience, favorite teams chiming in, and just want them to support your team, support your player with their hearts out, and just keep on spamming with that all in all entirety. And yes, sooner or later we'll be heading towards the very first game of the day. That will be for the Erangel. But before that, I will also like to bring in some more teams. The teams like PX Esports. I like to talk about the IGL Chiku that has played in the past. He has been very much promising, and I'll to have my eyes set upon as just. Blodder mentioned in the very starting phase that Chiku is a very good player. So minor, near, fancy, and terror. So I'll just wait and watch how the gameplay takes its course all in all. But also some more of the teams like BhaiBrothers. We have seen them. They are a very much experienced team. Yamin Bhai is, I guess, the ideal that has played in the past. Maybe if there is a change in their lineup, if there is change in strategy, we will certainly wait and see. And obviously analyze according to the game performance all in all. But Tamim has that PMPL experience in his back, and he is playing, I guess, from the side from BhaiBrother. So a lot of things added already onto their bag. Also teams like BFS Esports from the Group B. So lot and lots of experience that have already come from the past tournaments that they have played, and some new teams will be chiming in. But then it comes down to how they make all in all, or make it or break it. That's the whole course of the thing. So I'm really looking forward to it, how they manage it and how they don't. Some teams will be faltering down, that's for sure. Some teams will be shining out, shining in, and I'm just waiting and waiting, and sooner or later we will head towards that flight path. The first game for this PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region 2021, and all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, and that has made this event possible. I guess sooner or later we will have that first match of the day. The Erangel, the awaited Erangel, the rotation, the RNG of the game, the team meta, the strategy that will be coming in its course. And what do you think? Audience that have already chimed in, just keep supporting your team. Spam out their name, spam out your favorite player's name in that comment section. Throw some hearts, throw some supports to the teams, and just showcase your love. I guess you will be chiming in for the teams and supporting and rooting for the teams, and that can be the only thing, and that will obviously help us and help the team too to perform in their own entirety, and that will be a good thing all in all if we have to talk about that. And I'm just waiting. I guess sooner or later we will have that first match of the day, but still we have a few moments. We are a few moments away from this very first match of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh and Bangladesh region. So the first match of the day, if we have to talk about this, so there is a lot of randomness that can come in the very first match of the game, because none of the teammates, none of the players knows the exact drop location. And here we go, the first match of the day. The flight path is from the Georgopol and Hospital region down towards the area of Lipovka, completely northern dominated flight path. That means team that loves to drop down towards the area of Zarki, Severny, Stolberg, Kameshkia, Snaya, Poliana, School, Rozog will be in an even frame. Pochinki will also be glidable. But the thing that me and together were talking about, that was about the military base island, and that is very far away. So I'll be really rooting for all the teams that do love to go towards that side, that they get that early spawn vehicle. Only if that happens, then they will be only able to go towards that military base. But I can already see 7 Seas Esports onto the area of Georgopol and the apartment site. So as the players from sides of Leo, so as from the sides of PX, they are slowly and steadily dropping down towards that favorite drop location. BhaiBrothers also already, I guess they will be dropping sooner or later. Devils have already dropped down. VNM Legends, they have drop down. That means they will be in the battle frame, but I guess some of the players have not joined the lobby. That means they will have to play very much cautiously, and I guess they will be making its course all in all. Venom is already in the area of Pochinki. So in these types of circle, if we talk about this, the circle becomes important. Just imagine the circle. You don't have to imagine, the circle is already there. That's completely an eastern dominated flight path, and none of the team has gone towards the area of military base or is thinking to go towards the area of military base. Even if they go, I guess if they go, they will have to make an early rotation, but all those bridge camps and all will be in the frame. But for now, it seems that Leo players are already in making some hurdle, and DoD Esports are already in the frame. And I guess Tripto with that Scorpion can make some damage if the player from the sides of Leo don't have gone. But it seems that Tripto has no idea that there are 3 players from the sides of DoD, and this can be detrimental. Whereas BD from the left-hand side, he is just trying to make an entry. Ahad has that Uzi, and we know how Uzi can be deadly in that short range. Esports, DoD Esports, all 4-man stack lineup. I'm just waiting for that first blood of this PUBG Mobile National Championship. Smoker with this nade, can he make some detrimental damage? We have to still wait for that. That still early blood is yet to be drawn, as I guess there are some guns from the sides of Leo that they have in their hand that can prove detrimental, because shotguns they have in their hand, they can make the damage. But here we go, the first knock of the match, the first knock of this national championship, and here we go, he has been finished. That means Smoker has gone. One more player falls down. It seems that this can be a game end in the very first half of the game, but still one player is still remaining. 2 players already eliminated. On the backhand side, I can already see Leopard, 1 player is still surviving, but 2 kills early into the hand, into the game. This can be detrimental. Tripto has no other option just to fall back, and he is falling back. We can already see he has nothing, no backpack, no helmet whatsoever, just the level 1 backpack and some bandages. He has no sort of gun Also, but one player, if he even tries to go against the 4 player that has already taken 2 players from his teammate side, this can be very, very bad situation. But already, Leo, Team Leo is very much down. Trip to the Soulman surviving. Smoker, Ahad already down. So not a very good start that they were looking up forward for. And I guess there was some drop location clash. And this was pretty much evident if we have to talk about this, because this is the very first match of the day. And guess once they set in the groups, once they play more and more matches, they will be trying to avoid more and more drop clashes. But for now, it seems that the ARS is towards the area of Milta. SLX is looting easily towards the area of Milta and the factory region, but Venom Legends, my eyes again get set upon, because they are in the heart of Erangel. They are in the area of Pochinki.
Now, this is exactly where I believe we are going to get into some skirmishes, because after all, as we did just see, as well, again, Ankit just beautifully casted it for us, that the first few minutes itself were crucial for those teams. And we were talking about the rivalry, Ankit. We've seen one where DoD just stepped into the territory and made it theirs. But eventually, that's just the first fight in 2 minutes of the game itself starting off. This is turning into a wonderful kind of events. And also, sorry, mate, I just kind of blacked out in that scenario as I was making the conversation. But here we are in the game, and genuinely excited I am.
Exactly, with the just the early stage of the game. Just look at that clock ticking. We just into the 5 minutes of the game, and the last 1 minute has been very much precarious for all these teams. In the very first 3 minutes of the game, we just saw 2-3 players being eliminated. There were some drop crashes that both of us were talking about in the pre-match segment, and that did happen. And I'm sure that once they set in the groups, they will be altering their drop location, because none of the players want to go into the fight without having any gun, without having any shield, any vest, all in all.
Absolutely, because again, that is where things are going to convert into world rivalry. And again, right now we are looking at AL Esports, before which we had TREX on our screens, and that is also another team that, well, again, when you talk about the viewers, they certainly are supporting a lot of these teams, and that is good. That is really, really good, because that is what is needed for viewers, right? They need to showcase that love with the in the name of the hearts and whatnots, that you can do in the chat. You do need to showcase that love, because these teams are bringing in that early aggression right off the bat on day number 1, first game itself. But yes, along with that, we do need to point out that this is just the start of the entire tournament, right? So it is going to be a slow start. It is slowly get into the pace of those individual plays that these players are hoping to make.
I mean, exactly. It is a slow start apart from those early skirmishes that we just witnessed in the area of school, on the backhand sides of school. Rest of the players early looting their drop spots. We just saw 7C's Esports Machine, Kapchi, Badrev, and Evilai looting towards the area of the apartment side of Georgiapol, and they are pretty much going to have that feast, that location. The drop location is actually very good, because none of the players from any other team is anywhere close to that same spot. So this team is looking very good for now.
For now, they certainly are. For now, another thing to talk about is going to be, well, where exactly can we expect this first circle to be brought on down towards? As of now, we are looking at these two teams near the school region, and it is going to turn into another aggressive start from the side of BFS, where they are going to be converting this for themselves. They're going to be keeping the hold of the school area altogether for themselves. But we did see, when it came down to the map itself, that there are a few teams right next to the school region, and that is where we can expect a few skirmishes to start off. As you were just mentioning, we've got Leo, right? That was the first team in the first 3 minutes itself that did take a few early knocks and was sadly sent back into lobby, thus remaining only one player alive from the side of Leopard X. But eventually, we do know that when it comes to the one-player team play as well, gameplay as well, it generally does. It brings in that sort of a question that one player, you expect the one player not to be able to do much, but many a times those one-man army end up being into the final circle, getting so many points for their teams.
I mean, exactly. And in that case, the player go for that placement points, and sneak peek is the only option, I guess, because all of the players, all of the team, it is possible to take 3 players down, or maybe doing 1v4, but practically that doesn't happen very much often. So the player also go on that safe side and just play that sneak peek game, just try to camp in somewhere, or try to make a late rotation and just find themselves anyhow in that last circle and survive anyhow, because 15, 12, 10 points, and keep decreasing the total placement point, and that is what they gonna have in their their back, but I can see Venom Legends looting the area of Pochinki. They have come in the dead smack center, I guess close towards the area of Potato Hill, and I guess already some congestions because PX team, BFS, SLX also making headway towards the same area. Some teams that need to come into the zone that will be of TRZ because they are into the area of Primorsk.
They most certainly are for now. As we move on to the other teams that we were talking about, we've got BhaiBrother right here. And this team also does bring in a very synergistic play to the entirety of their gameplay. They do like to keep it on the back engine. They do not like to aggressively make a stance for themselves, but eventually that is what also is part of the game itself. You do have to take fights when and so required. Otherwise, you play your fair game, let the other teams break into their own individual mini wars, and you move in towards the circle, move in towards the final few teams that survive. And that is when you create that clutch, get those 15 points from the chicken dinner, and that again is a strategy that we've seen so many of these teams apply. So it could be the way that this team is trying to play their war. But right now we do see TRZ Atomic right there, which seemed well, they are outside the zone. They're slowly making that rotation in towards the circle itself, but right now it is going to be tough luck for 7C as well.
I mean, exactly. It is a very long journey for them, and already some players are down to that 20 HP. But here we go, the first drop of this national championship, and it offers you an AUG, obviously the third level complete kit that offers you that helmet, that vest, and that bag. So, what do you think? Which team is gonna have their hands upon?
Well, again, now that's another conversation to be had, right? Because you do want to rush in towards that loot. You do want to be able to get the perfect setup score for yourself with level 3 setup. But eventually, as you do so, you end up becoming the target. Because so many times I've seen teams that are so close to the drop location as well, they just simply phase out. They just become the snails. They become the snipers, and they wait. They just patiently wait which team is going to get into that area, and that is where they will bring in those points. And along with that, we have another fight taken on where SLX are the ones who are trying to bring in some domination. Sadly, we're able to bring a little bit of damage, but not a knock as of now.
I mean, yes, they did try to spray down some of the shots, but none of the shots get connected. And still, we are in the very early stage of the game. You just mentioned none of the teams will be going for that early drop clash. And I can already see the moment the circle will be touching the blue zone, will be overlapping to that white complete circle. The third zone will be forming, and then the rush comes in. But still, even if the hardest shift comes, Venom Legends will survive because they are in the dead smack center. And also not to forget, BhaiBrothers also.
Right next to them, exactly. And that is something that we should keep an eye out for, because again, when it comes to Venom Legends, well, Venom Legends is in the center, but right next to them is going to be BhaiBrothers. And BhaiBrothers, as I was just mentioning, they like to take it on the low-key end. They like to take it on a back step. When it comes to the fights, they can very well be a part of it. They are a synergistic team, but right now, the only hurdle, so to say, is going to be that right on top of them. They do have the second drop being brought on along. So BhaiBrothers are going to probably be a little fizzled. That should we go for that level 3 setup? Should we or should we not? As soon as they step out of that comfort zone that they are in, well, Venom Legends, I'm sure, is going to be able to participate in that.
I mean, exactly. I just mentioned, rightly explained the way the drop is dropping down slowly and steadily, and the BhaiBrothers have a very good chance to have their hands upon. And guess what? You have that green cannon, the arm straight away into your hand. And I guess if I were there, I would have certainly gone for that arm or maybe that exclusive drop, because that offers you something exclusive that none of the other players have in that lobby.
Absolutely. That is going to make it a complete different conversation for yourself as well as the entirety of the team. That is, if you are well versed with the arm itself, right? That is going to be a very another interesting conversation to be had, because so many times I've seen teams not go for that weapon because they feel that much more comfortable in terms of their spray rather than going in for a bolt action. But eventually it's about the comfort zone, and talking about comfort zone, well, the circle favors nobody, and the circle has made a shift towards the right hand side, and that is where we do see Venom Legends at the edge going to be gatekeeping maybe for so many of these teams, as we do see Evil Eye, Kapshi making in that rotation right next to Venom Legends, and 7C could be in for a little bit of a trouble when they make that rotation.
I mean, exactly. 7Cs will be in a bit of trouble when they go for that rotation. But look at that. The moment the teams from DoD and the players from the sides of TRZ will be going into the circle, one team that is waiting for them to hunt them, and that is of PX. And I don't know or they don't understand how they will be making an entry, but sooner or later they will be going towards into that zone. We are into the third minute of the zone, and guess what? Apart from those early skirmishes, as you just mentioned and you rightly explained, the game has been on a very slow start.
Well, again, Ankit, I'm feeling so bad, dude. I'm feeling so bad for TRZ right now because, again, they've just been in those vehicles trying to gun it for the circle. As soon as they get into the zone, they find themselves, they are at the edge and the circle makes a shift. Right here, we do have VNM Legends who are in the open as they made that rotation, but seem to be in a little bit of a contestation from another team. There seems to be Nightwing who has taken a little bit of damage, but eventually they will span themselves out, they will fan themselves out and will create a cover for the player as well. And that is where VNM Legends shines out. You know, they bring it their SWAT sort of a strategy, and that works out perfectly for them. But along with that, we did see in the kill feed, we've got TRZ making in some early knocks.
I mean, exactly. TRZ going for those early knocks, and some players have been finished, but now BFS also trying to make a rotation. Some players have been taken down, and I guess they have been abandoned. Bull will slowly and steadily bleed off. TRZ Atomic also just trying to finish off the skills, but BFS caught in the rotation. I guess they have got some of hefty shots straight onto the vehicle that they are just trying to rotate. Some cover fire is also given from the side, but I guess the Scoop RV is very damaged for now.
For now, that seems to be the case, but hopefully, as they get themselves into the zone, they'll find themselves another vehicle and get away from that, because after all, it was smoking. It was genuinely smoking, and that's not a vehicle that you want to be in, and especially if you've got your teammates in that as well. Well, some good spray and your entire team could be sent back into the lobby, and that is something that I'm hoping that this team realizes soon enough. Talking about the circle itself, talking about the zone itself, we do see so many of these teams are still making it happen for themselves. BFS, as we were just mentioning, has taken a big knock.
I mean, exactly. There was a split, I guess. That was not a split, but the players from the sides of BFS abandoned him because they were not in a position to save themselves, their players, and that was the reason they have to throw him down, and he soon bled off. So now the circle is just concentrating around the area of mansion and the prison, so it becomes important how you play with all those risks. But with that, devil comes into the action, and TRZ's player are also on the receiving end, and again the circle has made a shift. This is not a hard shift because we have seen two hard shifts again and again, and this was going to be a central shift. So what do you think? The team from the sides of BFS, they just need to try to make a rotation, because from the eastern side, if you see, there is just one team on the edge of the circle, and that is of AL. So a lot of space, a lot of breathing space can be created from that side.
Absolutely can be, and that is something that we shall have to see how exactly is it going to pan out for the teams, because after all, as they try and get themselves into the zone, that is where things could get a little troublesome. Right here we do have TRZ going to be bringing in some monster play, some monster car play right there, knocking onto their own teammate's car. That is another level of synergy, I guess we could call it in this gameplay.
I mean, exactly, that do happen when you just want the driving seat, I guess, but not in this position, not in this spots where you have lots and lots of enemies around you in your surrounding, and they have their crosshairs and the guns locked upon you. But for now, 7C Esports using this ditch, they are just trying to control the area, and I guess some players and some teams are trying to make a rotation. And here we go, SLX into the action. QLX, some players have been taken down, and TRZ, they were in a bit of trouble bit ago, but coming from the northeastern side, they have made a successful rotation, and I guess if circle keeps concentrating towards them side, they can be in a good notch. And we can see Pew holding that same angle from a different angle with the help of those tree trunks, just trying to speed on the players, but Sabir just trying to cut down the rotation. Some teams, some players can be on a bit rough side.
They most certainly can be. As we move in towards the zone itself, we have a few of these teams that are looking pretty dominant and in the smack center of that circle. And once again, we see VNM Legends are the ones who find themselves in a comfortable spot. But once again, I mean, yes, being in the center of the circle does give you the advantage of knowing exactly where the teams are approaching you from. But also, if the other teams know exactly where you are at, you are going to be in the crosshairs of those teams. That is going to make things a bit more detrimental for the side of that team.
I mean, exactly. They instantly popped out on the face of God, and God grace, he was saved. But I guess now is the time that AL Esports, they will be charging onto the players of BFS, as two players has already been knocked down. One player on the right hand side is giving the proper cover fire, but these two players will not be saved, and two easy kills will straight away be taken into the pockets, and one team gets eliminated, and that is of Team Red Zone TRZ.
Well, GG indeed. What do you know? Did not genuinely expect that to take place right off the bat, but indeed it has, and that is something to talk about when it comes down to the rotation itself. And BFS, we did see and we did mention we're in a little bit of a tricky situation when it came down to that spot. But right here, we do see once again AL Esports are the one dominating. They are bringing in some really sport strategies for their team members as well as they try and survive each and every fight, as well as bring in the knocks and still be able to maintain all 4 players alive in this lobby.
I mean, exactly, but a lot of thing has been shared onto the shoulders of Pharaoh, and that is the sole player, the only man surviving from the sides of BFS, just trying to make a cover, that artificial cover that you create with the help of smokes and the buggy. But I guess one more team, that is Bots in Pajamas, gets eliminated. So 2 teams, one promising team, I guess, from among all from the 2 teams that have been eliminated, and that is Bots in Pajamas. So not a good outing in the very first half of the game.
Well, an ouch moment indeed is what I would say for that side. But eventually, as we move on along, hopefully, things are going to change as we bring into the zone, because the zone has moved, and this is where we only see 2 teams, rather, let's say 3 teams that are going to find themselves in a comfort zone. But apart from that, all the other teams are going to have to make that rotation into the zone. That is where things are going to get a little bit more critical. We do see VNM Legends bring in all individual 4 vehicles, and as they do so, it is TRZ's Sabir right here who seems to have found Legend from Venom.
I mean, they have already taken Maya. The way they have been playing, this is just phenomenal. They have pinned down some of the players, and now is the time that they were just trying to pin down the players from the sides of Venom Legend. But now, Kings of BD are on the back end side. 2 players just remaining in that small shack. Can they survive for a long? But no is the answer. Devil goes down. Shabir takes one more knock, and this can be a game. And I guess a low toss grenade straight into that shack can do all for them. But I guess they are also receiving some of the shots from some another angle.
They most certainly are. They find themselves in a bit of a tricky situation as they've only got that small little shack to find cover in, and that itself is not going to do you justice when it comes down to the cover. You need to have a better spot, but they do find themselves in the center of that small little area, which is an open field, and being in the open field is going to make things a bit more difficult for you to find cover in. Right here, we do see DoD's player that is so very close to the team.
Exactly, he was very close to them. Does the player from the sides of Venom Legend know that some players are already very close to them? But I guess no is the answer, because he was still surviving onto this side. But look at this, a straight push onto the face of SLX. Genix has gone down, and 3 players are still surviving in that bunker. And Genghis has gone down. Some grenades are being thrown down, but SANGAI becomes the 12th team to get eliminated on this spot. But look at this, the circle. This is what we're talking about. We have seen that contest onto the northern side of the circle. 7C's onto the head-on-head with the fight of Venom Legends.
Absolutely, and we've got TREX as well right here in the back ends, and this is where 7C are going to have to be very synergistic, because after all, Evil Eye has been knocked. That does imply that 7C are in a bit of a lackluster performance, but eventually this is just the kind of situation that they find themselves in, and they do, no need to say, always survive. So now the question is going to be how exactly are they going to be creating this fanned approach towards the side of TREX, because TREX seem to be in a better control of this fight, as 7C did try and dominate, as they did try and push. Evil Eye was knocked, but right now we are looking at a 3v4 sort of a situation from the looks of it, and that is something that 7C are going to have to be a bit more careful for, because after all, this is not looking good for them, no matter how they plan it out. But now, this is where Badrave is going to chime in along. Again, many a times I've seen these players do that for the side of 7C, and that is where we can expect this team to bring in those kills for themselves.
I mean, exactly. 7Cs have also their eyes locked upon to some of the teams that we just saw, that those mini tap shot. That means they are taking 2 simultaneous fight with that 3-man squad. So how good this strategy can be, because they have to be very much cautious, because from the left hand side, some teams are already there that they have already spotted down, and TREX in that same one compound, I guess a grenade lobby can do the detrimental damage that they just need for now. But the thing is that they are just 3 men strong.
They most certainly are for the moment, but eventually when you talk about the forecast coming in for this game, we do have Venom Legends right up on top with 18%, but it is still close. It is really, really close, because there are so many teams that are still part of this lobby. We've got 9 teams remaining, 24 players alive, 22 minutes into this game, and we still do not know what way this is going to go. VNM Legends Steel Shot is going to be bringing down a player of DoD, which is not looking too good. But again, VNM Legends did find themselves in the very close to the shelter region, and they were basically the king of the hill sort of a situation is where they found themselves, and that is what they are using advantage of.
I mean, exactly. One thing that 7Cs has done good in situation, that realizing the fact that they are out of the zone, they were not just taking the fight, they did decide to go into that zone. But I just saw one player was deployed onto the same compound just in order to keep that cover fire. But I guess some players will be knocked down, as TREX is just mentioning. Two players from the sides of 7Cs are taking the fight. All in all, Machine and BhaiBrother still there. I guess they will just wait the players to bleed off, and without wasting any time, this is a good decision that is coming from their side, because you have to prioritize the zone, and this is something mature gameplay, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, that is what we can expect from the side of 7C. No two ways about it. We've already seen Evil Eye, who was the one who pushed on along to find themselves a bit of an open area where they can make that rotation through, and that is what Evil Eye has generally done for the team, and that is where Machine and the player as well followed, but they followed along, and now they will move on to take another fight. As they brought down one team, now they move on to take on SLX.
Exactly. Evil Eye was very close to the players of SLX, realizing the fact SLX did come out the same position, and he did take one more dog, but BhaiBrother coming from the back end side, giving a very good cover fire, and within a second, within a blink of an eye, SLX has been eliminated. What a gameplay already coming in from the sides of 7C's. Machine, BhaiBrother Capture still surviving, he just needs a revival, but VNM Legends also looking very strong. They are 4 men strong, they have 8 kills already onto the name, and look at that, they have the hill, they have the zone, they have that men advantage. Can this be a game for them? Well, the winner chicken dinner forecast also says so.
Exactly, they've got all 4 members alive, as you just so perfectly mentioned. 8 kills to this team. 69 officials are going to be right next to them with, again, 4 players alive for the side of 69 official, but they have been spotted. They do not seem to be taking this fight, but on the other side, VNM Legends, they are dominating this fight as they do not want to back on down. 69 official are finding themselves in a bit of a tough luck sort of a situation, but right now what is missing are use of some utilities from the side of VNM Legends.
Exactly.
VNM Legends are certainly on point when it comes to the assault, but 69 official have those utilities working for them.
I mean, exactly, they just need to use some of the utilities, but some covers are being created from the sides of 7Cs. But look at this, they are very close. Steel Shot is popping one grenade. If this is lobbied, Machine can goes down, but no, I guess if this connects, just wait for a moment. No, that just overshoots, that just falls in between the two players from the sides of 7Cs. Some mollies, some grenades are being used, but with no success. Still, 7Cs, 2 players are possessing a massive, humongous challenge. And look at that, that McLaren was just blown away.
Well, GG indeed, because VNM Legends GG play, because they are taking 2 individual fights right now. 2 players towards the side of 69 official, 2 players right here, right against 7C's players, and this is where Nightwing and Steel Shot, they are certainly trying to hold that hill for themselves, but for how long? Because we do see Machine again and again bringing those utilities, and finally, we've made that push come in from the side of Steel Shot. He has been able to bring down Machine, and Frypan will complete the job as he moves on along to bring in another player. That's going to be Evil Eye from the side of 7C, and that thus implies only Brave will be the one surviving.
VNM is completely in an annihilation mood, and a gobsmacking performance coming in from the sides of VNM Legends. Realizing this fact, BhaiBrother is just falling off, and maybe he's just trying to close in the angle, and the beautiful split that I was talking about from the right hand side, he just was not able to spot down the players because Steel Shot was already there. 2-1-1 split was the thing that VNM Legends were playing with, and that has certainly paid off the price. Now we are down to 4 player and 2 teams.
Well, 4 players and 2 teams is what we've got on our screen. The 4 players are alive right now, whereas Steel Shot is trying to bring in some domination, but again, we do have to be careful because it is going to be the circle that is going to be moving away from him, and that is going to imply, well, VNM Legends, how exactly are you going to be taking on this fight? Steel Shot certainly does survive for quite some time, but not so much, because eventually he was caught off guard, and finally, the chicken dinner moves away from them to a team that played it perfectly. Snail place, but what a play.
I mean, exactly. VNM Legends completely dominated the lobby, but just was not enough. So close yet so far. 30 points will already onto the name. Damage is what? That is a massive number. And I guess, yes, VNM Legends secured the first chicken dinner of the day. The first hashtag from this national championship, and a massive number already accumulated into their number. 2030. I mean, imagine Blotter in a game of Erangel. Total of 15 kills. Before that, the 5th circle, they were already with 8 kills. They just doubled their number in next 5 or so minutes.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about this team's SWAT play, right? I mean, they were on top of that shelter. They were slowly bringing in that domination for themselves, and eventually, as things moved along, they just played it to perfection, taking on fights not only from one team but two individual teams together, and that is what has resulted in them walking away with 30 points from one game, 15 kills in first game itself, where we move on to the MVP, and that is Steel Shot indeed, with 6 kills, 572 damage, and of course that one assist.
Exactly, a standard performance from the sides of VNM Legends. Steel Shot has ousted all other players in the lobby, and also from the teammates from his side. He also took the last player from the sides of FS, and just because of that, 6 kills already into the name, 572 damage. That means kill conversion rate was very much good from his side. An average survival time of 25 total minutes, and that healing done just 165. That shows the amount of time he has spent into spotting on the players and hunting them down one by one.
Absolutely, Ankit, because again, I mean, you talk about the players itself, right? Top 4 players coming in from this game. It is VNM Legend. But again, I mean, Steel Shot FryPan, they played it too perfectly, right? Because that team, the way they were just slowly and steadily moving on along, these were the lads who were bringing in those kills, along with which, of course, there was 7C's, Evil Eye and Badreve as well, who were just so dominating in those individual fights that we did see them eventually. I believe it was the final rotation that they made, the late rotation rather that they made, right, into that circle, that kind of became their downfall.
I mean, exactly, they were stuck in a position where they were fighting, I guess, against it was TRZ. They lost a huge amount of time, that important time, if you have to talk about that in that 5th and 6th zone, because already teams are looking for that sweet spot that we were talking about, and VNM Legends, they were on the top. But with that, we straight away head to the match summary with highest kill FryPan into its number and 305-meter longest distance kill from the sides of SLX WAT 69. Guys, 651 is the total highest damage that is dealt by SLX Fury, and most utility use done by Zombies. So a lot of player already chiming in.
Most certainly are, and with that we move on to the match ranking from first game of this tournament, where we are of course part of the PUBG National Championship Bangladesh. But boy oh boy, Group A and B are in an annihilating play, because VNM Legends is part of this, 7C is part of it, and the kind of points that these 4 teams have accumulated for themselves, they've left nothing for the entire lobby now.
I mean, exactly, if you make a math of total 15, 7, 9 and 6, that is, I guess, more than the 2/3 of the lobby, and total kills that have been secured in just those total 4 teams. So look at the way they have performed and outperformed and outshined other player. And with that, the team that are on the second half of the chart, not much to share with them. DoD Esports, just a total of 4 points, but still, BhaiBrother, I guess they were the team that got eliminated in the very early stage of the game. Just because of that, they were able to secure just a one of total points and total of 2 kills, making a total of 3 points, but no points for Bots in Pajamas Esports and BFS Esports. So I guess in the next match, they will be trying to make a comeback.
Most certainly, because then we move on to the map of Miramar for the second game, and that is where, again, I mean, dude, there was a lot of expectation, I would say, at least from my side, for Bots in Pajamas. Honestly, I expected this team to do a little bit of damage into the lobby, but sadly, they were caught off guard in that early rotation itself, which is a bit sad. All I can say is a bit sad. But again, that's just first game. But in that first game itself, we've seen a stark difference in the lobby itself, right? First team walking away with 15 kills, 30 points. And on the other tangent, we've got Bots in Pajamas that is at the low half with 0 kills, 0 points to themselves. Nothing that they showcased that worked in their favor. But hopefully, that first game will be a stark difference to what we can expect from the second game.
I mean, exactly, this was the very first game of the day, and obviously for the national championship, teams and players some need to have their 1 or 2 game to set into the groove, and I'm sure that once they move into the next match of Miramar, Sanhok, and then comes the Erangel, and all in all, so they will be looking up to up their ante, and once they come into the groove, I guess the team that you're rooting for, Bots in Pajamas, they will be showcasing their performance.
Again, dude, I mean, all I can say is fingers crossed. With that, we move on to the Open Plan intro moments, and right off the bat, we did see this team in the first 3 minutes itself. It was DoD and Leopard take on a fight where Leopard were the ones who moved in with just a 3-man army, but it was DoD that brought them down.
Exactly, they were brought them down, but some of the players were also caught in the rotation, and I guess The team that we are looking in onto a TV screen, they were just 2 men strong. They only joined the lobby with 2 men and they paid that hefty price. They were brought down to the day sooner or later. And SE, this was a push for the day, I guess, that was shunned down from their sides.
But again, I mean, when you talk about these moments, the perfect gameplay that we saw, or rather the perfect fights that we saw, were next to that shelter region as we moved on towards that 5th and 6th circle, right? We saw Winner Legends there. We just saw some incredible plays coming in from SLX as well. Now, that is the kind of play that we're expecting from so many of these teams, but eventually, it is, as you so perfectly mentioned, Ankit, it is about getting their roots set up in the lobby. As of now, VNM Legends is the one setting their roots and creating a massive lead for themselves. Now, the question would be, what team is it going to be that will, bring themselves up to the level of VNM Legends and showcase them that, dude, this is our play as well. This is the national championship. We are the Warriors. We are going to be dominating. But which team is it going to be? VNM Legends, every single tournament, we've seen them bring in the same strategy, move into the center of the zone, and that is where they dominate. But what team can we expect?
Yep, exactly. They dropped down to the area of Pochinki and they sooner made the rotation. And for that, they got that prize.
Yep, they did. 15 kills, dude. That is just perfect start to this tournament. Genuinely excited I am as we move on to the second game. But before we do so, we're going to go on a very short break. Stick around. We're going to be right back. All right, welcome back. We are part of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. In that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Along with which, do not forget to hashtag the team name that you are rooting for, along with that perfect heart and emoji, because that is what these teams need right now. We've got done with game number 1, Ankit. Now we move on to Miramar. Dude, what should we expect from Group A and B once again?
I mean, when we come to the Miramar, straight away, I just
Oh,
want those
wow.
head-cracking shots and head being popped out. So when Miramar, we get to see all those ridges and fights. And I guess we'll be straight away heading towards the map of Miramar, where the flight path, again, the last game of Erangel, the flight path was from west to east. It was northern dominated. Similarly, in this match, also a northern dominated flight path. But this time, the area, that direction is just reversed from the area of El Azhar down towards the area of El Pozo. That means the area of Los Leones, Impala, Chumasera will be a bit tricky if we have to drop down to the same area.
Most certainly, for now, that seems to be the case. As we move on with the rotation, with the drop location itself, we are looking at VNM Legends moving on down towards the southern side of the map, towards perhaps Impala is what we can expect them to drop down towards. On the other tangent, as we move on towards the northern side, we do have Seven Sins players who have moved on towards Camp Mildra. Interesting turn of play right there coming in from that team. We don't see a lot of teams take that drop location, but interesting play
Exactly.
itself is all I can say for now. But move on towards where we can expect some early contestation, some early fights. We do have a few teams right next to each other in the center of El Azhar.
I mean, exactly. LS are two teams already onto the same frame, and TRZ, we saw in the last match, they were taking a good fight against from the sides of FS. Can this be a moment for them? Because carrying the confidence, carrying the momentum is the important thing. And if that happens, I guess the team that is into their vicinities, those uninvited neighbors, can be in a bit of trouble. But with that, again, a circle, a hybrid circle that we get to see in the game of Miramar, a centralized circle where most of the cities and the hinterlands will be in that circle. But straight away into the LSR, I guess the observers have listened to us, and we are heading towards the fight between the AL Esports TRZ. So in the last match, AL Esports were the fourth team that come with a good total placement points, a good total kill. If they take the fight with that confidence that they are carrying with, TRZ can be ripped off.
They most certainly can be, but of course, as they brought their parachutes down in towards El Azhar, I'm sure both the teams know that there are a few teams right next to them, right? And that is where, with that, we've got BFS's Bichu taking on an early fight. We've got a first defeat coming in from the side of BFS Esports, a perfect play. I was just about to point out, as you were mentioning, Ankit, when it came down to the map of Miramar, we've seen the teams take their slow, low-key time to get into the flow, because it is a very extensive map, right? It's a humongous map. So when it comes down to the fights itself, it does take some time to get into those early skirmishes. But right here, in just the first 1.5 minutes itself, we've got BFS Esports starting off with a rocket shot.
I mean, exactly. In the game of Miramar, it comes down to how you strategize, how you make rotation, how you drop down. But just as you're mentioning, BFS Esports has drawn the first blood of the match. Also, I guess now it can be a time for the sides of PX Esports, a team that is a very much promising team, and that is up against the players from Leo Crypto. So Leo was also the team in the very first game of this national championship that were facing the brunt of those early elimination. In this game also, Miramar, do they have any idea that Fancy from the sides of PX Esports is lying down in that small compound very close towards him?
Well, one thing for the side of Leopard is the fact that last time we saw them, of course, in the previous game itself, that was on Erangel, where they jumped into the game with only 3 players. This time around, they've got all 4 members in this lobby. Oh, well, I spoke too soon, mate. As soon as we bring ourselves towards the side of Leopard, it was Leopard that has got their player, that has been sent back into the lobby. So once again, we see this team starting their gameplay, all Miramar, with a 3-man army.
I mean, they were 4-man army, but they are again eventually brought down. So, adding again one more player to the lobby, to the roster, hasn't helped much. But boy, oh boy, did I see the same thing that you just saw. 4 minutes into the game, 24 seconds, and 1 player. I guess, where has he dropped down? Yes, Chumasera is the area. So, they have dropped down to the same area. That must have been a very, very long fly.
It certainly must have been made because he was just, trolling across the entire skies of Miramar, trying to see where all the players have landed. And I mean, it is incredible. He was floating around for 4 minutes straight and finally has moved into the zone of Chumasera with the TRZ's players. That is going to be rare FPS. Now, question is going to be how exactly the information that he's been able to accumulate is going to reflect towards his team, because after all, that is what the gameplay is. You bring in the information, you relay it to your team, and then you create a plan of action. Now, based on that, we are going to have to wait, because after all, it is Miramar. With that, the map is on our screens. The zone, of course, does have Graveyard in the center of this zone for the moment. Talking about teams that are outside the zone, we do have a couple of teams. We've got south of El Pozo, 7C's Kapshi, Evil Eye, and the entire saga that is finding themselves very close to the zone, but still outside the circle for the moment. As we move on down south, we do have players of TRZ as well, holding on to the edges of that zone right above Minas Delal. But now, as we move into the center, where exactly will we see VNM Legends take that rotation?
I mean, exactly. That becomes important all in all. Where do the players from the sides of VNM Legends goes for the rotation? Because Impala, they can also go down lower from the sides of Los Leones, complete south rotation, or maybe if they go in that traffic area towards the area of Junkyard and Graveyard, they might be facing some challenge. But I guess Frypan and all the four players are separated a bit. That means they are looting for now, and Impala will be soon vacated by them. But look at that, the positioning of TRZ. They did fly for 4 minutes. They did float 4 minutes, but still on the edge. That means they have a very good chance of coming into the zone. And I guess total 500 to 600 meter, none of the players were in the vicinity of them, and they can go for those loots.
Absolutely, they have a completely free loot for themselves. There's no other team to contest that region for now. But right here, talk about contestation. We see bots in pajamas. That is very close to BhaiBrothers, and BhaiBrother seem to be wanting to stop towards this area, but they seem to also not be interested. They did slow down a little bit. They did have their eyes out if at all they could spot out any players, but they have decided that they are not going to take the chance, thus giving bots in pajamas another chance to survive and move on along in this play.
I mean, bots in pajamas really need all these chances, and one by one, the players are just trying to make a rotation from their sides. And BIP Esports, the players from their side are just waiting, and Razor and his teammates might be looking up to secure some kills. He's just finding that that angle from where they can cut off the rotation of bots in pajamas. So now is the time. If any player from the sides of bots in pajamas makes a rotation, then they can get those clear shots, and you can see those parkour action coming in from this side, just trying to create that flank angle. And bots in pajamas, I guess they were lucky not to be caught, because they could have been caught in the open.
They most certainly could have. But again, I mean, you talk about the teammates for this lad right here, Razor, right? We do have the teammates on the other side, on top of the hill. So had that been a conversation where BhaiBrother would have stopped to take on the fight, he did have a little bit of a cover fire coming in from the other side of that road on top of the hill. So maybe bots and pajamas were in an advantageous position. But interesting enough, right now, they seem to have evaded that fight. The conversation now will be exactly what sort of a rotation will they bring in. With that, we move on once again to the map itself, where we do see leopards getting very, very close to VNM Legends.
I mean, exactly. This can be a deadly counterattack from their side. Leopards very close to the players of VNM Legends, and I guess Leopards can give a very tough fight. But VNM Legends, we have seen them making early rotation in that game of Erangel, and they avoid all those early contestation, early fight. But can this be a case? I guess not. I guess no, because if they are offered with any fights in front of them, they will be looking to take up the fight. But from the backhand side, also one team is trying to make a rotation, and that is of TRG. So look at this. AL and TRZ were very close to go towards each other at one point of time, but TRZ, what they did, that they didn't go towards the same area. They took the rotation from the left hand side and AL from the right hand side. So this is a good thing that came from their side. And with this, we are down towards the very first drop of this game in the very first drop.
Absolutely. Now that is of course in the zone, but right now we do see Venom Legends that are outside the zone and trying to make a little bit of a scuffle with the side of Leopards, but eventually Leopards will be able to get away from this with their rotation, and so will Venom Legends. They will now move on towards the zone itself. The conversation is, will they try and go towards the edge and hold on to those edges, so sort of like a gatekeeper, or are they going to move into the center of the zone? Now that we shall see in just a few minutes time, but we do also know for a fact that having Venom Legends spray on to the side of Leopards who have already entered the zone, Leopards could very well, gatekeep the Venom Legends rotation.
I mean, exactly. This is the thing that comes into frame. But Venom Legends did manage to let not all the players from the sides of Leopards come close to them. And once they make in the rotation, I guess they have taken some other route. But the way they are just trying to go towards the area of Junkyard, and so they might be finding some of the team that have already made a rotation from the sides of El Azhar. And boy, oh boy, you have to be very much careful because the terrain doesn't offer you to let your buggy drive with the great speed and high speed, and that can cause some bit trouble. But for now, all the players from the sides of Venom Legends are safe. Nightwing have received some of the shot. That means might be he has gotten some of the damage with the help of while traveling with those buggy, but still safe. And with that, a hard shift going towards the northern side. So now TRZ, the team that flew in the sky for 4 minutes, this will be a long journey for them. And once they go towards the edge of the circle, teams like BFS, KOB, down towards the area of San Martin, they will be waiting for them. So the bigger question is, from where do they make a rotation? And not to forget about it, DoD is very close to them.
Very, very close indeed. But as of now, both these teams are going to be making their individual rotations. That's going to be TRZ moving towards the west and DoD moving on down towards the east. And that is what the rotation seems to be for these two teams. So there's no clash that we can expect from those two. But move on into the zone itself, we do see Venom Legends right on top of the Junkyard region as they made that rotation and have their crosshairs now set up. But how exactly are they going to be taken on that fight? Will they even have the information regarding TRZ's approach in towards that side? We shall have to see. But apart from all these teams that we just mentioned, Venom, TRZ, we do need to move on to the center of the zone itself, right? Where we do have a few teams that are still maintaining their position. Like we've got BhaiBrother, right? Smack in the center. We've got Kapshi's, Evil Eye, they are 7C's players moving on in towards that rotation itself. Now that is where we can see a lot of skirmishes, or rather expect a lot of skirmishes to take part.
I mean, exactly. I'm sure that once that third zone is made, the rotation will be cut off. And before that, I guess Venom Legends Frypan has spotted some players from the sides of TRZ. And the players from the sides of TRZ just trying to fall themselves back down. But no, his answer. Frypan has pointed him down. A grenade is being cooked very well. If this connects, Scorpion can be down at any moment. And we know Venom Legends, how do they take the fight. But I guess if we see in the minimap, on the backhand side, we have that backup from the sides of TRZ. That means they can give that cover fire, and Venom Legends player, if they pop their head and if they come in the open, they have to be very much cautious because TRZ's players have their eyes on.
They most certainly do. For now, that is going to be the conversation. And with that, you move on to the zone itself. The zone has shifted away from the side of Venom Legend TRZ and it has moved in towards San Martin. Now, this is going to be interesting. For Hacienda del Patron, we do see a couple of teams that have found their home right there. We see 7C right smack in the center of that region. We do see, well, BhaiBrother right next to them as well. And eventually, what we're working on down towards is going to be a very interesting city fight in this first game of Miramar.
I mean, look at the positioning. We just saw the map, and TRZ, the players, they were very well split in that city and that hill that is on the down south of San Martin. I'm talking about the same hill. They have that spot, and from there, if one more zone gets concentrated upon them, they can also secure more and more kills and more placement points. And I guess TRZ has a very good chance to make and break this game and can capitalize onto this. But they have to be very much cautious because from the left hand side, SE, that is of Team SANGAI, are making a rotation and a clear path for SE until unless they come close to the radars of KOB and TRZ.
Most certainly, this is going to be turning into a very interesting fight is what I'm expecting, because after all, when it comes down to Miramar, when it comes down to those city fights, that is where a lot of conversation, a lot of synergy is showcased from the teams. And if you are a team like Venom Legends, it is that much more crucial. For example, 7C as well, as wait, where exactly is Bots in Pajamas? Yep, I see Bots in Pajamas right on top of Hacienda del Patron as well. So that is where these teams can bring in that synergy, bring in that conversation, and make that fight their own. But move on down towards the southern side of this zone itself. We do see DoD very close to Leopards, and right next to them is going to be BFS. So seems like we've got individual spots, right? We've got on top, right next to Hacienda del Patron, we've got Bots in Pajamas, we've got 7C that we can expect a fight from. Down towards the south, we've got another few teams like Leopards who can expect a different fight altogether. So now finally we are gonna jump into the action. We still have all 16 teams alive. We've got 61 players alive 15 minutes into this game.
I mean, just imagine the way they have all strategized, and I love the way they have settled themselves in peace. They are very close to them, but none of the players are just trying to take the fight. They are holding the compound, they are holding the position as well as it could be. But after this fourth zone, when the circle goes for a harder shift or maybe a centralized shift, we can still see all those fight. But you were talking about the rotation for Venom Legends. In the last game, we saw in Erangel they were going for a centralized position. They were making a rotation in the very early stage of the game. But now when we come in the game of Miramar, they have made a late rotation. We just saw them on the northeastern side. That means a change in strategy. So this comes down to how IGL thinks about when the map just changes.
Absolutely. I mean, there is nothing more that can be said about this team, because Venom Legends, they love to play with the minds of the lobby that they're part of. Once again, making a very interesting rotation where we do see Venom Legends Steel Shot going on along with his teammates towards the northern side of Hacienda del Patron. So that is going to be an interesting shift from their side. But talking about the teams as we move on to the zone has made a northern shift.
I mean, exactly, going away from all the teams that were in that southern side. That was heartbreaking for them. But with that, we just saw 7C's players into the fight. That means they were taking the fight. SLX Jengiz is very much down on HP, and he just need to find himself a cover with those small shacks and all, with those artificials cover, with those dismantled cars. But for how long? Because I guess he is pinned. But in that minimap, look at that, 2-3 teams are looking to make a rotation. I guess once they hear these gunshots, I think they might go for that longer rotation, maybe from that blue zone, just in order to dodge all these shots.
Well, I've been keeping an eye on the kill feed, and we do have Bots in Pajamas sadly taking a lot of hits from a lot of interesting sides. 7C was part of it. We did just see, and eventually seems like Bots in Pajamas are going to not be able to have a good game this time as well. But we shall keep our fingers crossed for that, because we still do see that 16 teams are alive.
Ooh.
But talking about that kill feed, that is not looking good. That is not looking good.
I mean, exactly that is also for DoD, as Bad Secret has also been taking down Leopard, and I guess all these fights were taken in the side on the southern side. The circle once has made a rotation, but a grenade, pinpointed grenade from the sides of Frypan. We have seen this player in the past making a damage, making his mark. Here we go. What a grenade that was, Blodder.
Absolutely smack on point. SLX's Gensis was just not able to retaliate to that. He thought he was in cover, but such a perfectly set up shot of that nade was just beautiful to witness. And with that, I believe that is going to be a confirmed kill. But move that conversation towards the side of this team right here, where we do see SANGAI making it onto that early rotation, making it into that early shift. It is now going to be crucial, because this team has just done it. All 4 players moved on along, made a perfect push, and got away with those kills.
I mean, exactly, a very good rotation from their side. Coming from that northwest side is not very easy, because less teams rotate from their side, but these teams know the location well. But with this Nightwing again flashing into that kill feed, so again carrying with that same momentum, carrying with that same form, there from the sides of Venom Legends are looking very strong. But the thing that has surprised me again, and that is that yes, now is the time that one kill is secured. A Scorpion has been taken down, and the teams that were pincered down, Venom Legends just need to wrap themselves away from here. But TRC, they have taken a lot of it, as Scorpion and MR7 has gone down. Pew just need to heal himself out with those healers, but Venom Legends just not letting any free kills go away from their side.
Absolutely. For now, they are wanting to get those kills confirmed for themselves, and it is the first team to be sent back into the lobby. Sadly, is going to be DoD with 2 points to that team, 2 kills to that team. Interesting turn of events. They have not been able to be a part of that rotation and that circle because LEOPARD, we did see, was the one that was stopping them in their tracks. Right here, we do have VNM Legends taking on that fight against the side of TRZ and another team on towards their west as well. But eventually, they seem to be pincered down. And again, you talk about that zone, right? They've only got 10 seconds to make that rotation.
I mean, exactly, just 10 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a make or break for them. But BFS also being annihilated. And I guess, yes, they have been eliminated. And what a game coming in from the sides of TRZ. Coming from the southern side, they have eliminated some of the team. And the recent team that gets eliminated and follows the one more team, that was of AL Esports. A bad outing again for their sides. AL Esports had a very good outing in the last match of Erangel, but this time it was a no, as the teams did pounce onto them very hard. But TRZ Esports looking very strong. 4 players still alive, 5 kills already onto the name from the southern side. What do you think, Blotter?
Well, again, I mean, their play has been crucial. They have been just supporting the teammates all together, all 4 members alive, and that is going to be really, really important. But move on to that conversation down towards 69 official. They seem to be wanting to take on a better side of PX Esports because PX only have that small little shack that they are considering down towards. A few perfectly lobbed nades from the side of 69 official is going to be the annihilation for PX Esports, I believe.
I guess it's that 69 Esports, that's the team, that 69 official, that is the team that is pincering them down. And PX Esports, they have been crumbled for all those space. A congestion's already onto the way, but I guess now is the time that 69 official just need to take themselves away from their side. But the BB's Tamim goes down with those pinpointed nade, and BhaiBrother's already onto the back foot as some players have been eliminated and he is being burned down. He's just going for those kills. Look at that gameplay.
Dirty play coming in from Yamin right there from the side of BhaiBrother, because again, I mean, he was so wanting to get that kill. He did not want to step away, but rather step into the fire just to confirm that kill for himself. And this is where Orbit from the side of SLX can very well retaliate. He just needs to have some perfectly set up utilities, but sadly, will he be able to do so? It is a 4-1 sort of situation. He has been able to get 1 knock confirmed, but sadly, that will be all that he shall get.
I mean, yes, 2 players needs to be revived, but the way, the kill hungry, the thing, the instinct that we talk about BhaiBrothers were in the action. Playzone takes down Yamin Bhai. That means a late rotation, a thing that can go against them. And I guess BhaiBrothers players, they will be abandoning them and they have to go for the rotation because now the blue zone will be dealing a detrimental damage onto the players.
That is so very true. With that, we move on in towards the 5th zone. That is also going to get shifted in 30 seconds. They are. I mean, 69 officials seem to have hunkered down into that small little crevice that they found themselves. They do not want to be wasting any more utilities, but they also do not seem to be wanting to take on the fight altogether itself. I mean, being in this small little area, they do not have any information what the team of PX Esports is going to be doing. If PX Esports plays it right, they could be the ones who could come up on top. Just a few setup utilities, and that is all they need.
I mean, exactly, this is the thing that 69 officials really need to take about because PX Esports could have been eliminated and I guess none of the vehicles has also been destroyed. That means those utilities, those gunfires have not been on that spot on angle. But BhaiBrothers coming from the backhand side, 1 player is still making a lot of damage, trying to make a rotation from the southern side, can take down the players on the side of 69 officials, and Zombie has spotted down the players from VNM Legends. That is also coming into the frame, so a lot of congestion already onto the eastern side.
Well, GG indeed, because again, I mean, we did see BhaiBrother bring in that third-party situation. An official could have been the one in the center, in the sandwich, but eventually, as we move on along, we have TRZ Esports that is just standing on along, getting some incredible kills for their side. That is going to be another confirmed kill. VNM Legends not doing so good because it is 7C's rotation and placement into the zone and circle that has worked perfectly for the side of 7C's. With that, we have 8 teams remaining, 23 minutes in. 69 officials find themselves into the barrage of VNM Legends. Perfectly set up nades.
Oh my goodness, what a pinpointed nade from the sides of Frypan, and we have seen Frypan again annihilated with those grenades. We just saw a moment back in the very early stage of the game, but still G69 official, one player is still surviving anyhow in that game. But Venom Legends on the other side, they made a late rotation. They have got 6 kills onto their name. Void will be given the revival, but the bigger question is how long will they survive? But what do you say about this team's 69 official? They had a lot of time annihilating the team from the sides of PX, but they did lost that important time, and just because of that, they didn't flourish in that side. And Venom Legends taking their back, they have brought down the team with just one single player.
They most certainly have, and they are probably not even going to allow that to remain for long, because 69 official has been sent back into the lobby thanks to Venom Legends. A Void right here, just completely decimating the side of 69 officials, one by one, nades, and then finally pushing on along to the final player. We do have PMNC Esports still surviving, and this is where Bots and Pajamas chimes in along as well. But Bots and Pajamas, do they know that TRZ is there? Right next to them, 7C is also part of this conversation.
I mean, exactly, Bots and Pajamas, they have the compound. The bigger question is that circle has gone away from them. So the question is, when they come out of those compounds, TRZ is just waiting for them. And the one thing that can go into the name is that TRZ players have the compound and they also have to come out of the zone. But Venom Legends, they have been shut down. Firepan is still surviving, but FLI is just not waiting for him to survive. He takes him down, and M249 into the action. Kapshi takes the final kill. Kapshi goes down, and the 7Cs coming from the northeastern side, they are looking damn pretty strong with 4 men into the last circle. I guess this can be a game for them.
This most certainly can be, because 7C, as I was just talking about it a few minutes ago, the placement for this team when it came down to the circle itself was just spot on. The way 7C have played this is to perfection. So have TRZ actually, because TRZ is in a better position, so to say, compared to 7C, because 7C are still out in the open. But when you talk about that forecast, it is going to go with 7C, because all 4 members alive, all 4 members looking pretty good with the utilities as well, and PX Esports probably not going to be able to sustain themselves for long, because 7C have their crosshairs set up exactly towards this side, and when it comes down to PX Esports, all they can do is get those smoke to survive for as long as they possibly can.
I mean, exactly, they don't have much option to share with that. But with this beautiful view, look at this. Bots and Pajamas making a charge in onto the players of TRZ Esports. One player is also surviving in that small shack, I guess, from the sides of another team. So they have to be very much cautious, because Bots and Pajamas, once the smoke dissipates, they will be pinched them down. But players goes down one by one, and Grenades comes in. But TRZ coming into the fight, and she still survives.
Wow, rare FPS. The dude who jumped in 4 minutes later with the parachute is the one who is the man surviving for the side of TRZ. And 7C are going to move on along, push on along towards the side of PX Esports. PX Esports are the only one man surviving. He is not going to be able to sustain that for long. 7C Esports take a perfect chicken dinner from this game.
I mean, exactly, a well-deserved chicken dinner for the sides of 7C Esports. What a game for them. The last game, they did miss up the mark, but a very good game coming up from their side. And the damage of total, look at that number, 1702 in just 9 kills, total of 24 points. A very good game, but again, that damage, 1702, that is a massive number.
They did take on some really good fights, no two ways about it. So the TRZ, I would say. But eventually, again, as this game moves on along, this is just 2 games done. We've still got 4 games remaining, but this is the kind of play that we want to be able to see in the lobby. This time around, when it comes to the MVP, it is Rare FPS who's the one walking away with 6 kills, 659 damage, and a perfect assistive play for his team.
I mean, exactly, a very good game from his side. Healing none is 265. That means he has taken the damage and also given the damage. That means he has been involved in this game all in all. 1 assist is also what he has done. So a good game also coming in from the sides of TRZ Esports, and a total of 6 kills. I'm just waiting that what is the total number of kills that as a team, as a whole, what TRZ has been able to secure, because only one player, if he has got that 6 kills, I guess maybe 7 to 8 or maybe 9 kills is what I predict.
Absolutely, because again, when we were part of that 6th zone, I did see TRZ had about 8 defeats to their names. So this is perfect play coming in from the side. Eventually, again, we once again do also see Venom Legends player be a part of the top 4 players once again. 7C's, but Drave is on the 2nd position with 783 damage dished out in the 25 minutes of his gameplay. But Nightwing right there on 4th position, only 22 minutes of survival, but 698 damage. Boy, oh boy. I mean, Venom Legends, not easy to stop when it comes down to that domination.
Exactly. We talk about Nightwing, you will talk about Frypan again in the second match. They are flourishing, but again, look at that match summary for this second match. Rare from the sides of TRZ. Highest skill is what he has been able to secure, a total of 6 skill. And AL Esports also, the players are again and again shining in that longest skill distance. Badrev making a mark for himself again with a total of 783 damage. That means 7C's Esports and TRZ. I guess these two teams have dominated this lobby in this match pretty much.
They most certainly have. With that, we move on to the match ranking coming in from game number 2 on Miramar. As we just witnessed, 7C Esports are the ones walking away with that chicken dinner with 24 points to this team. But talk about TRZ Esports. They got 11 kills from this game. They were just perfect when it came down to their rotation, when it came down to the way they strategized all 4 players moving on along. And this time around, again, I mean, you talk about pots and pajamas as well, right? They played a very slow approach into the game, keeping it safe, and were eventually able to get those 12 points.
Exactly, they were able to secure that the total 12 points, and that is going to help them in the course of whole game all in all. But Leopard BD just getting the 1 kill and a total of 1 point. They were eliminated in the very first half of the game, same as BFS Esports and TREX. So team that is not looking in this match again. That is not looking good again in this match were TRZ, SLX and Leopard. So they just need to take all this fight. In the game of Erangel, Leopard were taking some good fights onto their name, but not in this map of Miramar.
Absolutely. I mean, we did talk about it during, I think it was 4th circle itself, where we did see DoD as well as Leopard towards the southern side of that region, right, of that circle. And that is where we did see, or rather expect that there would be a fight over there, where DoD was also part of that fight. Leopard were the one who were able to kind of dominate in that. But eventually, when you talk about the points, when you talk about the kind of knocks that they were able to get, the points that they were able to convert from that fight, not too many. But again, only 2 games. That's only 2 games, right? So still too early to predict what is going to happen when it comes down to the eventuality of this day. But VNM Legends, TRZ, 7Cs, these teams have just been phenomenal in terms of their play, I would say.
I mean, exactly, and with this we straight away head to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, where we just saw those, I wouldn't say the early scuffers because the clock says 18 minutes. That means this was a match of a pacing start.
It most certainly was. Right here, we did see BFS being brought down thanks to TRZ's wonderful tagged out approach, and that is where we move on along again with TRZ, bringing in that domination one after the other. And this moment, where there were only 2 players surviving from VNM Legends, Frypan was the only one who moved on along. 69 official again. I mean, they were in that perfect placement against the side of PX Esports, but sadly did not take that fight, which was really, really sad to see, because they were in the position to have been able to convert that. But eventually, again, they were not doing so. They did not do so. That resulted in PX Esports walking away on second position from this game.
I mean, exactly. Just imagine one thing. Had PX Esports been eliminated, the players from the sides of 6-9 official had a very good area if that could have been eliminated, and they could have gone for all those splits, and then they could have countered the aggression that was coming in from the sides of VNM Legends. But that didn't happen in this case.
Well, GG indeed. We've got 7C Esports bringing themselves to exact same points as VNM Legends played. 41 points to both these teams, but eventually, again, when you talk about that kill point difference, right, we've got VNM Legends still leading the chart with 22 points from these 2 games. 69 official being on that 3rd spot with 24 points, followed very closely with TRZ Esports' 23 points.
I mean, exactly, a very good game coming in from the sides of G9 officials, and all the teams that are on the top 4, they have already converted their single digit into double digit, and each of that team has got those double digit markup if we talk about the kill number. And then we dropped down to PX Esports. In this match, they did go for that placement points, where they were able to secure the 13 total placement points. 6 total kills makes a total of 19. AL Esports also joining the frame, and BIP Esports, they had a good game in this match, I would say, in terms of placement points, and just because of that, they were in the top 8 of the chart.
Well, interesting turn of events, where we did see DoD kind of not be able to get themselves established in these two games, but again, keeping my fingers crossed for the side of this team. BFS Esports, though, not a good outing based on the two games that they've played. Only walking away with that 1 kill, 1 point is not the kind of play that I'm sure that this team expected, but that can be said for so many of these teams. But eventually, I mean, when you go to lobby where teams like Winner Legend, TRZ, 7C, they are just dominating in terms of the kill, they're just walking away with so many of the points. Eventually, all the other teams in the lobby, they only have few minuscule points to skirmish about.
I mean, exactly. Not much of thing are left about the way if some teams are just trying to annihilate the lobby. We just saw VNM Legends 2-3 players just trying to dominate G69. The moment G69 realized that it was too late, VNM Legends capitalized onto them.
Boy, oh boy. Well, what a play this was. With that, we have done 2 games. We still have 4 games remaining. But before we move on to the third game of the day, that's going to be on Sanhok, we're going to go on a very short break. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
All right, we are back to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag woke up your fun. We are done with 2 games. Third game is what we're going to be jumping into right about now, where we do have Sanhok coming right up. And for that, Ankit, what are you expecting, dude?
I mean, a lot of slithery snakes, a lot of prone in action. So you have to be very much cautious. You have to be knowing your backgrounds and surroundings. And
Oh,
if
yes.
teams don't do that, they will be severely punished. So the teams that I will looking up for again, that will be G69 officials, because they did have a very good time in the last game. We saw them conquering and getting all those dead spots in this match, and they were in the smack centers. But what about Venom Legends in Erangel? What do you think? In Erangel, they went for that early rotation in Miramar. That was opposite of it again in the game of Sanhok. Again, early rotation from their side, coming from their side.
Again, right? I mean, they are playing with the minds of the players in the lobby, right? And that is what Winner Legends does best. That is what this team is known for. Because when it comes down to the play, you rather have to be dynamic. You do not want to be consistent. But when it comes down to the overall standing, you better be consistent, because that's how the game will flow in your favor. With that, we've got the game started off. We've got the flight path on our screens, which once again, Ankit, is moving exactly as it has done in the previous two games as well.
I mean, exactly from the eastern side, going down towards the Camp Alpha Island, and I guess not much of flight path depends where the teams will be dropping off to the location, because Cow is also glidable and the players will love to go if they have that safe cushion, and if they just want to drop down to the same area. But for now, it seems that some teams are dropping down towards that southern area of Camp Bravo, that is of Docks Island, and some players are already dropping down by brothers onto the area of Lakavi and Kampong. But I guess some congestions are there in the area of boot camp, as 7 Seas might be clashing against to the sides of Venom Legends, and TRZ is also in the same frame.
Well, interesting turn of events right here, right? When you talk about the map and the drop locations itself, we do see Venom Legends bring in a fanned out approach, a 2v2 sort of a situation where they've got two players going on down towards Cow region and two players that I believe are going to be somewhere in the between the region of Totmok to get themselves the vehicle and move on down towards the teammates. But eventually, as you move towards the entirety of the entire map is covered. But in the center, we do have 7 Seas. We also do have, of course, ARS right next to them. We've got SLX that is still a bit south towards Painan region, but in the center of that zone, we have a few of those teams. That is where we could see some early skirmishes. Another thing that I did see onto the map is the fact that one of the teams have not been able to chime into this map, sadly.
I mean, exactly. One team is missing from the lobby. We'll sooner or later we'll find out which team is not there. But let's head towards the fight that is already panning out in the area of Bootcamp 7 Seas. Players are up against the players of TRZ Esports. Look at that Mamba. We have seen this player. He is the entry frag for the sides of the red zone. So can this be an entry position? Can this be an entry push for them? Because they are just trying to prone down and gather as much as info, and they are having a very good area for now. But 7 Seas Esports are also not very much far away. The players have gotten the loot themselves in the bag, and they will be looking to move forward slowly and steadily. But from the minimap, we can already see two players into a split and two players into a split, just trying to engulf the player from the sides of 7 Seas Esports. But Kapshi has been deployed onto the front hand side, and rest of the players have already fallen back. That means maybe this can be a fallback situation, or maybe just trying to overplay the situation, overplay the way the sides of TRZ Esports have panned out.
Exactly right here, we do see 7C Esports' player trying to push on along, trying to get some information on the other side. TRZ Esports' players, all of them, they are maintaining their position. They are just slowly not wanting to move along. But this is where Mama could very well take a little bit of that knock, take a little bit of an advantage on the side of Badrev. He is, he's basically an ant in a ditch, simply put, for lack of a better. But eventually, again, he's moved away from that. He is slowly going to fan himself and try and get the information, as we were just mentioning. On the other tangent, when it comes down to 7C Esports' players, they have also moved into the bootcamp, having done their perfect setup, utilities, and the guns. They now are trying to take on the fight. But as of now, when it comes to the information, I do want to say TRZ has a better information compared to 7C, but let's see.
Exactly, but look at this. Kapshi doesn't have any helmet whatsoever, so he just cannot afford to peek his head above to that windows and surface. And this is what Kapshi has done for his team. the way he has held his position, he knows that two players are stuck in the same compound, and Evilai and BhaiBrother at any moment, if they make a close into the same compound with the help of some utilities, if they have in the bag, they can put some detrimental damage. And now is the time that the three players will be joining the same frame, but still, I guess the Kapshi is still in the same compound, and that has not let the players from TRZ to flee away from that compound. And this can be a thing because 7CZ Sports, they are making a move. They have not been let the players from sides of TRZ settle anyway.
Absolutely, but I'm liking the fan out approach coming in from the side of Seven Seas as well as TRZ actually, because you talk about TRZ's players, right? They have themselves set up onto that perfect building, and that is where they've got the crosshair coming in. Behind them is the other player, right? Who's going to be bringing in that crossfire. So eventually, when you talk about the play coming in from TRZ as well as 7C, it is a very synergistic play, but it is just about who will get that first knock. As soon as that first knock is confirmed, the strategy is going to go all out into that war, and that battle will start off right now. As we move on to the map itself, we do see a very comfortable circle for all the teams for the moment. There is no team that I can say will not be able to chime in along. After all, it is a pretty small map compared to the others, and is going to allow all the teams to be a part of the zone. But talking about the fights, all we can see is that bootcamp fight between TRZ and 7C. Apart from that, all the other teams, they found themselves a perfect, comfortable drop location that they are not going to be contested by any other team.
I mean, exactly. Each team, each player has got their comfortable position and the way they have panned out throughout this match. But a very good split coming in from the sides of AL Esports, from the area of Mong Knight to the area of Camp Bravo. They will have that early loot and a good loot in their backpack. But one thing I've missed in this match, and certainly that was the early fight, because still 6 minutes in the game, we haven't seen any such skirmish going on and on. But the first airdrop for this match, MK14, a beast already into the action. I guess if any player is in the same vicinity, he will love to have it in his hand. And guess what? TRZ's Sabiri, if he gets that in his hand, he can do wonders. We have seen in the last two games, he has got some good tracks into his hand. And if this happens, this can be a detrimental. But let's move towards the area of bootcamp, where TRZ Esports and no, that's not the bootcamp. Sorry for that. But 7CZ Esports, they are making a push towards the sides of TRZ Esports.
They most certainly are, and 7C certainly seem to be making a perfect rotation. Mamba's nade is going to be bringing in a lot of damage to the side of Machine as well as Badrave as they fall back. And Evil Eye not being able to do much, because thanks to that Molotov, he has been stuck on top of that roof right behind that small little crate. But TRZ, I'm loving the play that they've created right here, right? 7C Esports is, they do have a flanked player as well on the other tangent, but eventually TRZ's play is so wonderful that it's not going to be easy for them to just dominate, for 7Cs to dominate against this push, because after all, the way TRZ have themselves fanned, it is going to be a bit tricky to either get the kill or walk away, because TRZ, well, they have to finish the fight. They cannot just walk away. Same for 7Cs.
I mean, exactly. This fight will have a very conclusive end. We are just waiting for this, but bad rev with this grenade. If this is nade properly, Mamba could have gone on, but at the right moment, he just went to that ground floor, and that saved himself and his team from falling prey to the situation. But still, look at those number of utilities, and this was the moment that FS was just waiting for, that once they have made a close-in, they will be flushing things off sooner or later quickly. But TRZ is still surviving. Look at the way both of the players are still hiding, but Molly comes in, and they were stuck in that inferno. Atomic goes down, and Badrev with those two knocks already into this game. Now I guess TRZ already on its back foot.
Yep, very sad state of affair indeed. I mean, had TRZ, gotten a bit more of a back-end approach towards this fight, they probably would have been able to survive for a bit longer, and even not a bit longer, but take at least one knock, take at least one kill as you go down. But sadly, they were just pushed on along from the side of 7C's aggression, and they kept on going to their back-ends, and eventually, well, the first team to be sent back into the lobby. With that, we are 8 minutes in, and the fights have, of course, started off with some perfect kills and perfect plays. Perfect strategies being applied, synergy being showcased from the side of 7C. Move that conversation towards SLX. They have a fight in their hands as well.
I mean, exactly. They are also taking the fight, a fight that can go into the name, and they just need to, because in the last two games they haven't had a good outing, and if this comes into the name, this can be a very good welcome for them. But Kings of BD coming in from the southern side, completely from that Camp Charlie Island. they are trying to make a rotation, but are just facing those hurdles in those early stage of the game. But they just need to take the fight into their hand. But I guess one player has also been eliminated from their side. That means the three players. So numbers disadvantage is what that can go against their numbers, but they have to take the fight slowly and steadily because. The teams will be looking to stack up their numbers and kills, and with that, the second airdrop grows are already onto the name. So, what do you think of this gun in this, especially game of Sanhok?
Oh, yes, indeed. Give me that gun any day. No two ways about it, because that fire rate that has been brought on from the side of Groza is what is going to be crucial on such a map where it is looking like SLX are just utilizing all the information that we can see from the side of VAT69. He is just taking on those shots, trying to convert that into a kill. They've already got one defeat for themselves as they push on towards the side of Kings of BD, but move that conversation towards the side of BhaiBrother. This is where TREX are going to have to chime in along. TREX, I mean, this is a team that, of course, chat was also mentioning they are a phenomenal team, but what exactly are they bringing to the table this time around? As we can see, it is a pretty simple strategy coming in from these sides. There is no flank angles being created, sadly, because after all, there's a road, and it is going to be BhaiBrothers or TRX because they need to have a flank angle before they jump into this fight. Otherwise, it's not looking good for either side.
I mean, exactly. I guess this can be, and this can go to a stalemate situation because the player is just not overcommitting themselves, and they're just waiting any player to come out in the open, and then they can take him down. But I guess Krapa has got a lot of damage onto his head, onto his body, and just because of that, he was just trying to heal himself up. And you're talking about T-Rex. There are 4 players from their side, and what this can be, this can go into the number is that BhaiBrothers are just 3 men strong, but he just needs to be very much cautious because Molotovs are pinpointed and Rajesh needs to heal himself up as soon as possible. But it's us who know that BhaiBrothers are just 3 men strong, but it's not TRZ, because if had they known that same thing, they would have given that same push.
Absolutely, I mean, T-Rex right here, they certainly do need to bring in a bit of an X factor. All of them accumulated in that small little spot is not the way to go. They do know that utilities from the side of BhaiBrothers are reaching them. They are still holding on to that small little spot. Not entirely sure what's going on in their minds, but hopefully whatever that's going on in their minds is going to convert this fight into theirs, because after all, as you did so perfectly mention, it is a 4v3 sort of a situation from the looks of it, and there is no flank angles being created, thus implying that if BhaiBrothers and TRX do not move away from their known positions, they have given away a lot of information to each other.
I mean, exactly. A lot of information has been given away, and BhaiBrothers knows it well that one team is just trying to aggress. But look at this. All the 3 players holding 3 compound, they are just trying to get as much of info. But what is this? The players from the sides of T-Rex are just falling them down, and they are retreating away from this fight. And this is not a good thing. I just wanted the fight to happen because a lot of time was already wasted. Exactly.
I agree. I mean, again, though, I do want to support what T-Rex is doing right here, because there was no way they could have taken that fight. Being from just that one angle, you cannot take a fight from just one angle. You need to have some flank in position. You do need to have some sort of a player set up to be able to cover fire. If you do not have that, if there is no way to do that, because one side is the quarry, one side is the hill, no matter what way they approach, they will be caught off guard. And that is where, of course, they did realize that they were going to have to retreat, and they did so perfectly. No two ways about it. I support that. But hopefully, as they do so, they do not get caught off guard, because they were running out in the open right next to the quarry area, and that is not the kind of place that you want to be running all by yourself, because you are going to be spotted out so easily.
I mean, exactly. You just need to check yourself, and you're back in this game of Sanhok. You just cannot afford to find yourself too much time in the open. But Finisher, I guess he has gotten some of the shots on his head, but still 3 men strong. BhaiBrother is just trying to make an entry into that zone, and they have realized that T-Rex has fallen things apart, and they have tried to make a rotation, and just because of that, BhaiBrothers are also going for that rotation. But AL Esports, we just saw them and the players just in that kill feed, and they were taking some of the fights, and now is the time that BFS Bichu is onto their crosshair, and the players can surely take him down.
Well, GG indeed. Right here, we are looking at 13 teams part of the lobby, 13 minutes in as of now. The teams are slowly moving into the circle itself, as the circle is pretty comfortable for all the teams, as we did see in the map as well. It is looking pretty comfortable for so many of the teams, but not so much for BFS. We did see on that overall ranking as well. They do not have a lot of points, and this time around as well, they've already lost 2 of their players. And right here, as we move on towards the King of BD, they seem to have been caught off guard in the open as they take on this fight towards the side of TREX.
I mean, exactly. TREX, they did fall apart from the sides, but now they were caught in the open. And things that you were talking about, you just cannot run in the open, going here and there, and they have been destroyed. 2 players already sent to the lobby. That means Kings of BD, they are looking strong, but one team that is not looking strong, and that is of TREX. Only one player surviving, Goku, but for how long is the answer, because he goes on in a 1v1 fight, takes one player down with the help of Uzi, and we have seen this and instantly confirms the kill. This was a good thing from his side, but again, Katappa with the help of Vector versus Uzi, who do you think will win?
Well, again, it is going to be Katappa who will take this fight along, because when it comes down to the utility itself, he did have a level 3 setup for himself, thus resulting in a bit more of a perfect advantage when it came down to the defense and that security of that support. But eventually, you talk about the gun, well, Uzi, I think, would have been the better one had it been an equal fair fight, right? Because again, the rate of fire coming in from that gun is just phenomenal, but boy, oh boy, at least the dude was able to, TREX's player was able to at least walk away with that 1 kill. So GG indeed.
I mean, exactly. It becomes important to secure the kills because it offers you the one total point that we talk about. But look at this, the circle concentrating again onto the area of boot camp, and still, I guess 20 to 25% of the total area is in the water body. Oxys and their players and the teammates will be trying to make an entry, but boot camp will be in the contestation, and that is the news from the center.
Absolutely. The Oxy team that you mentioned is, of course, Bots in Pajamas, and we've got our eyes set up for that team. Well, I have, certainly, but I don't know what exactly is going to be the play from there, because as soon as they jump in to try and be a part of that bootcamp, 7C is waiting, right? And 7C has already taken on the side of TRZ so perfectly and comfortably. They've got the control of that bootcamp. Now the conversation is going to be, how long are they going to be able to maintain and sustain themselves into that bootcamp, as all the teams are going to have to rush on along, because that is where the circle is. But move on down towards the side of 69 Official. They are at the receiving end.
I mean, exactly. 69 Official again onto the receiving, and Zombie has been taken down. A grenade has been pulled in from their side just in order to kill and flush out the players, if any is there. Sleepy with those grenades, pinpointed nades. In fact, Zombie has been given the revival, but in the minimap, look at that. Some teams are slowly and steadily coming in from their side. So again, you have to watch out for your back, but we straight away head towards the area of bootcamp, where the players from the sides of 7Cs are well spread. Machine on the left hand side have spotted the BhaiBrothers, and that means the info will be given to the teammates, and BhaiBrothers making a mark here onto the players of 69 Officials. But mind you, the players from the side of 7Cs, they have their crosshair aligned onto the players of BhaiBrothers too.
Absolutely do, because after all, they did get that one knock from the side, and they do know that there is a team trying to rush on towards that small little compound that they call their own, but 69 Official is not going to let it go that easily. On the other tangent, when you talk about BhaiBrothers, they do have themselves caught off guard, because 7C's player had also got his crosshairs a little bit set up towards the side of BhaiBrothers as well. So that is where things can be a bit more of a tricky situation. It could be a third-party situation as well. But on the kill feed, we are seeing 7C take on a fight and bring in some knocks as well. On the other tangent, BhaiBrother have just lost 2 of their lads. Yaman Bhai, only man surviving. For how long? He's got the utilities, he's got, of course, level 3 kit, but he does not have any med kit anymore.
Exactly, just the 8 bandages what he has for now. But Leopard Tripto, it seems that he is having the back of all the players. But the way BFS are moving here and there, Bichu and Mess, a complete mess can be created. Tripto, at any moment, if Bichu gets spotted in the open, can take him down. He knows the 2 players' position exactly well, and at any point he can ask the players to give him the cover fire and eliminate the rest of the players from their side. But look at this, Steel Shot is taking the fight. That means VNM Legends is also coming into the fight. We just saw them coming into the circle from the northern side, and yes, here we go again. Steel Shot gets those kills, gets those numbers into his frame, and this can be a good thing. But Badriv is just not stopping. SLX, a mess has been created. They have been annihilated completely.
They most certainly, from the looks of it, have, because after all, I mean, when you talk about that kill feed, we was looking at it for so long, and it was steel shot again and again and again, just bringing in those kills. I mean, just dominating play coming in from the side of 7Cs. Bro right here just trying to survive for as long as he possibly can, but for how long is he going to be able to do so? Because he's just a one-man army against 6-9 officials, 4-man squad. But as they move on along, we've got VNM Legends in 6-9 officials crosshairs, and they have the...
But look at this. Kapshi takes one more grenade with those M24 and he's taking the shot, just not allowing any team, any player to come closer towards the compounds into the areas of boot camps. But look at this, a pinpointed spray coming in. Void goes down, Best takes a knock, Tripan eventually bleeds out, and Bichu is the one from the sides of BFS, is taking a lot of cover from their side. But 7Cs, but they are just not stopping. 7 kills already onto the rape. Evil Eye, now is the time that he needs to convert that 1 kill to maybe 3, maybe 4, or maybe 5.
Well, indeed. I mean, he has the information, he's got the utility, he's got the information, which is going to result into how good is his play going to be. Well, there are 2 players that know exactly where 17 players are getting themselves set up. And the Evil Eye right here out in the open, trying to take on a fight. This team, they just do not stop. They just do not want to give away this boot camp. No team has been able to get in too close towards the side of 7C. It is now finally, we are looking at TREX. That is probably going to be able to move on long.
Exactly. 6-9 official have made their way very close to those compounds of bootcamp, but will the players from the side of 7C Esports will allow them to survive in the same spot? And as you just mentioned, BhaiBros just leaves the lobby, but Kapshi is just not stopping. Leopards is just again going down and down. I just don't understand what these guys are doing, and 9 kills already onto the name. The circle has gone away from the sides of bootcamp, so now this gets tricky. Once they move out of the compound, the players that are waiting in the open, 7Cs can fall prey to them.
It might be the case or might not be, because again, they're moving on along with such an evil, perfect placement of those crosshairs. It is not going to be easy to stop this team. I mean, they are just motivated down to destructive and awesomeness that they bring in. But eventually, 9 kills to this team, 4 players still surviving. We do see the circle has moved away, so they are going to be making that rotation away from this bootcamp. Bots and Pajamas are still here as well, right next to this player, right next to rather this team of 7Cs. And as 7Cs make the rotation, it could be Bots and Pajamas who might just be able to take this fight. But before they do so, in the trenches, it is 6-9 official that 7Cs have found, and 6-9 official are trying to take on a fight. He will be able to bring down player, but eventually it is a one. Whoa. All right.
Ooh.
No, sad.
Oh my goodness,
Enough
12 kills already onto the name, eliminating one more team. 6-9 official, they were looking strong until and unless they just faced the brunt and the brute power, the sheer power from the sides of FS. And now with the time, with this help of M24, and we know these guns, those 150 ammo can do a detrimental damage, but 7C's Esports, I just don't understand which team will be able to stop them, or eventually they will go with one more chicken dinner into the name.
Well, TRZ's Pew was able to cross the road and get himself into the zone, but right here, as he tries to get himself a bit set up for the fight, he will not be able to do so, because as he was trying to apply that band-aid, it is 7C's players who will bring him down with thanks to the utilities. Now, we have only 2 teams remaining, Bots and Pajamas and 7C's. Bots and Pajamas have been patiently waiting onto this for quite some time, but now the conversation is a 4v4 situation. Kapshi is taking care of the flank angle, but what we do find a 7C's position, it is a bit tricky, because they are in the trenches, and Bots and Pajamas, perfectly set up nades, could be the reason, could be the way that this team could move on forth.
Oh my goodness, if this nades could have connected, things could have been turned in their way, but still Machine and BhaiBrother holding on the same angle. This can be a bad move from their side. Some grenade is being popped down from their side. That means Bots and Pajamas knows the exact position. All they just need to do is just not to let overshoot those grenades. Bots and Pajamas meanwhile have made a rotation from the right hand side, trying to engulf the players of Future Station, but a grenade comes in, a pinpointed grenade from BhaiBrother takes one down from the sides of Bots and Pajamas, and they will go all YOLO. They will just not stop, because 13 kills is already on the trip. Converts into one more kill. Can this be a chicken dinner? Second chicken dinner for today. I'm still waiting for this.
But Crave is just on fire right now. He does not want to stop. So does Kapshi. Kapshi has been brought down thanks to, of course, the player of Bots and Pajamas. But Bots and Pajamas have only 2 players surviving. Well, again, this is not going to be easy for the side, because, boy, oh boy, this was a patient play that has turned into a perfect turn of events for the side of Bots and Pajamas, eventually walking away with 8 kills, 758 damage, and find themselves on the 3rd rank.
So exactly 3rd rank of this match and 8 kills, total of 23 points. That means they got that chicken dinner. So 2 gameplays straight away being contrasted. A team that were looking very strong, that were aggressive, against a team that played synergistically well and they strategized it well. They just held those angles and they got that well-deserved chicken dinner. Bots and Pajamas finally making way themselves into this game. But let's head to the MVP for this match, and that is Kapshi from the sides of 7C's Esports, and 6 kills already onto the name. And look at that, in a game of Sanhok where the game is so fast paced, 928 damage in just 22 and 39 seconds.
Absolutely, with only 33 healing done. I mean, that is just the kind of play that 7C showcased right off the bat. Their positioning was on point. They brought down TRZ, had those 4 defeats for themselves, moved on along to maintain a perfect position within that region itself of that bootcamp area, and were eventually able to then push on along. I mean, we were talking about the nades, right? I was mentioning Bots and Pajamas perfectly set up nade could be the way that they could open up 7C, but it was 7C's player who opened up Bots and Pajamas. But eventually, again, I mean, of course, Bots and Pajamas did get the chicken dinner, so GG play is what we have for the day. Move on along with the top 4 players coming in. We've got Kapshi with 6 kills, as you mentioned perfectly, Ankit, 928 damage, with Badrei right next to him, 5 kills, 999 damage. This team does not know how to stop.
I mean, exactly, close to, I guess, 13 or 14 kills, or maybe more than that, that would have been able to secure by the Kings. But let's talk about Kings of BD. Katappa also did pretty well in this match, and just because of that, we were able to see him in that kill tally chart. But match summary for this match is here on our TV screen, with Kapshi securing that highest kill number into his name and longest distance kill for this time in a game of Sanhok. 315 meter is well too big.
Well, most utilities used right there. We see Yamin Bhai, who did not have any first aid medkits, but was eventually able to get it from, I believe, his teammates itself, and was the one with most utilities used. So again, GG play for his side, because he was able to sustain for the longest for his team, because they were only a 3-man army, but eventually they do need to bring up their gameplay, I would say, just a little bit more, mate, because again, when you talk about 7C, when you talk about TRZ, these teams are doing really good. And talk about Bots and Pajamas. I was mentioning this team for quite some time, and this team has finally showcased some love.
And exactly, 15 placement points, 8 kills, makes a total of 23 points. That means they are in the groove. And these things we were mentioning pre-match, that some teams need 1 or 2 matches just in a way to set their grooves on. And once they are in, then we can see some stalking performance coming in from their side. But I would be really surprised to see that the Gene Unofficial, after getting 2 good games, they were not able to perform good, because they were on the 8th position with just 5 or 6 total points.
Yep, sad. But again, it's only 3 games. We've still got 3 games remaining. So hoping that things are going to change, because after all, right now we're only looking at the match ranking coming in from this game, right? As we move on to the overalls, it is hopefully going to be an affair that is slowly and steadily getting closer and closer. But the way 7C have created a lead, VNM Legends have created a lead, it is going to be difficult. But before we move on to that, let's move on and have a look at the Oppo F19 performance, where right off the bat it was 7C going against TRZ. And again, I mean, we saw synergy coming in right in this first few minutes itself of the game from the side of 7Cs.
Exactly, and 7Cs straight off the bat at the very start of the game, they were in the frame, and I guess this Oppo F19 Pro moments will also capture 7Cs from the area of bootcamp. So bootcamp straight off the bat was in contestation in the very early stage of the game, and that remained till last. And yes, I was talking about this Kapshi with his M249 doing a detrimental damage, just trying to annihilate any player that was trying to make an entry. But VNM Legends, let's talk about this team. After the game of Erangel, there has been some ups and downs for this team, and they are caught in some sort of rotation. In the game of Miramar, they did pretty well, but in this match, I guess the players have now understood that some teams are making for that late rotation, and at that point they are being punished well. But look at this, holding M249 in his hand, jumping off that same pedestal, same radar. This is not easy, but he looked it make so easy.
He certainly did, and right here, this is the moment, right? But Brave, I mean, the way that nade was pushed out along, and then the Brave moved into a perfect flank and tried to create this support. But Bots in Pajamas flank was even better, because we do see right here, Mr. BBC was the one who created that flank and was able to then retaliate towards the side of this team. But move on to the overall ranking. 7Cs, another consistent play, has brought them on with 67 points. This team is moving on with the speed of light away from the entire lobby as far as the points are concerned for the moment.
I mean, they are flying away. Look at the point difference that they are having right now. 67 is what they have been able to secure, and more than 24 points is what they have been able to secure from the lead that VNM Legends is still standing. But BIP Esports, Bots in Pajamas are at the third position with 35 points. So one team that is playing in different league, and that is of 7Cs Esports. Rest 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 and 8, they are very close towards making them. But good thing is that three different teams with a chicken dinner.
Absolutely. As we move on to the second page of the leaderboard, we still have a few of these teams that, again, I mean, you just need one good game, you know, from the side of Team SANGAI or from TREX or from BFS. They just need that one good game, and that one good game can jump them up to a position of even the first page itself. So that could be the only thing that we can expect, because after all, these teams now, we've got 3 games done. They've got one more game remaining for Group A and B, after which we shall, of course, move on with Group C and D. So these teams that we're looking at on our screens, they have one more game remaining to showcase that. If they don't, especially the ones on the second page of the leaderboard, because as we move on to the next 2 groups, right, Group C and D, that's when A1 Esports is going to chime in along. That's where things are going to get that much more interesting on the overall standing, Ankit.
I mean, exactly. Teams like when Legends comes into action, things are gonna get interesting. But I will quickly bring one thing to the table, is that some teams like SLX, they did have that 10 kills and they were still on the second half of the chart. So I just need them to shoot up their number, and once they get those placement points, eventually, if even they get 8 or 7 or 6 placement points close to that, what they are able to secure right now, that can help them come in the top 8 of the chart.
Well, all I can say is fingers crossed. With that, do not forget to showcase your love in the chat to all of these teams and your favorite teams, of course, alongside which we are going to go on a very, very short break. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
All right, welcome back to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. We've got 3 games done. Fourth game is what we're going to be jumping into with Group A and B. And this is where, once again, we go on into Erangel once again. Ankit, now, the question is, you've been mentioning it, right? Again and again, when it comes down to VNM Legends, we do see them on the overall ranking kind of falter a little bit because 7C has made the massive lead. But
Yeah.
this time around, do you think they will play some mind games, or will they stick to the rhythm that they showcased in the first game and stick to the center of the zone?
I guess Venom Legends, when they played in the game of Erangel, they put their best feet forward. When again, chiming in with those map of Erangel, I guess Venom Legend has still a very strong chance. And also, bringing one thing to the point table is that they will also have their eyes set upon that they just don't want 7 Cs to fly away with more and more points. So they might be going in to stop the players from the sides of 7 Cs, and they might be able to secure a good chicken or maybe a 12 total points or good kills in this number.
No, absolutely. With that, we've got the flight path on our screens going on from the military base all the way towards Savani, dissecting the map in two equal halves. That is going to allow the teams to move on to their comfortable drop locations. No two ways about it. But now, the way these teams are playing, this is going to be their final game for the day for Group A and B. As we move away from this game, we shall see what big difference are these teams going to be bringing onto that overall standing and the points, because then tomorrow, as they come back, they will have a massive difference between their points and Group C and D's points, right? That is going to be a very interesting thing to see as to what these teams do in this final game. But with that, let's talk about the teams and their drops as well. We see 7C moving on down towards No Reply itself, along with which TRZ have made an interesting turn of events and moving on down towards Primorsk. And the circle has brought itself
Yes.
in where Hospital and, of course, Ruins are the center.
So now TRZ again going down to the area of Primorsk. This can be a game for them, and they must be well aware of the way. If the circle concentrate towards the area of Gatka and the Query region and down towards the area of Bay, TRZ has a very good chance. But then again, those teams that goes towards the area of Panchen, Prison or Milta Power, we have seen some teams have gone in when the first map of Erangel did happen. Till now, I don't see any team going towards the area of Mansion, Prison, Milta. That means they will be paying on to the edges. But DoD early into the fight, I guess they have one player has been knocked down. AG will be revived, but which is the team? Yes, PX it is. Terror making close combat within himself and falls straight to them, to those players, and Ban Army 9 goes down with those guns, with those M16 it is actually.
Boy, this is just perfect terror coming in from the side of PX Esports, just the way they wanted to start the game. And in doing so, PX Esports' terror has been able to bring the team to very crucial points. And this is just phenomenal turn of events indeed. With that, DOD's player just bringing in a little bit more of that punching craziness into the game, and is going to be able to send terror back into the lobby. But interesting kind of offense, of course, from the side of PX Sports, because they needed those points and have been able to do so beautifully. DoD on the other hand, oh, sad state of affair, because it was just perfect spray from terror that annihilated two players one after the other, and there was nothing DoD could do about it. He was moving in with a one-man army. 9 was moving in with I believe a Tommy, but still was not able to retaliate. He had the information even before Terror did, but
Exactly.
GG play indeed, I guess. All we can say from PXC Sports is Terror.
I mean, exactly. Terror did a commendable job in the way he was just trying to take down the players, but 17th players are up against the players of AL Esports, and one player is in the compound. Where is the backup? That's the question. Grenade is been pulled in the same compound. Cat has gone down. Now this is all upon on the shoulder of Danger. With the help of Smokey just tries to vault, but in the same animation, he was caught down. Cat falls down to him. Danger goes down, and an early blood being drawn from the sides of AL Esports. They are looking strong into the area of military base, and once they get all these loots, already we have seen two punching
Finishes, exactly. We've seen 2 punching finishes. It's only 4 minutes into the game. It's just perfect kind of play coming in from these teams, I would say, because this is what is needed. When it comes to the final game for the day between Group A and B, this is the kind of play that's needed. You know, you bring it all out war right off the bat in the first few moments itself, and that is going to create a cemented gameplay for yourself and a momentum for yourself, I would say, for the game. And as we move on along to the map, we are looking at VNM Legends trying to go into the center. As of now, we see them getting themselves acclimated towards the Pochinki, and right close to them is going to be a rotation brought on from the side of Leopards. Now, will Leopards want to stop on towards Pochinki is a conversation that we shall find out in just a few seconds, but move on towards the northern side. We see bots in pajamas towards Severny all by themselves, no team close to them.
Exactly, my eyes was again set upon to the players of bots in pajamas, looting the area of Severny. They will sooner or later will be closing towards the area of Hospital and Rozok. But the question is where they will be making a rotation, because once they make a rotation, they might be facing some of the teams already there in the same spot. But PX Esports, we just saw them eliminating the players. And let's talk about this team, because we have seen in the last game they were able to get a good amount of placement points and good kill points, and it becomes important to fight out in the very first half of the game. And the way Terror, just with the use of M16 tap shots and burst sprays, was able to take down 2 players, that was phenomenal.
That most certainly was. With that, we've got TREX right here on our screens making a water rotation all by himself and going to be moving on towards, well, we shall see exactly where exactly is he going to be moving on down towards. But talk about Potato Hill, that is where we see DoD making a stance for themselves and PX Esports very, very close to them. Now, along with this, when it comes to the fights, where exactly can we expect some fights? We've got the teams towards Rozhok that could be close, because Kings of BD are very close to BFS, and that is an area that I can expect a little bit of a skirmish taking place. Talking about the bridge itself from military base, we do see Leopards trying to kind of gatekeep that area, so that could be an interesting turn of events for the side of T-Rex, and maybe that is what the water rotation was for.
I mean, exactly. They can gatekeep the situation if they have read the map well, if they know the exact location where the team drops out. Because again and again, when the player plays and when the team plays, we have seen FS going again and again to the area of Noor Upnai, and 7Cs can also find those Brunt and be on the receiving end if they get camped. But this sort of rotation, this sort of circle, then allows you and allow the players for the late rotation, and 7Cs can afford for those later rotation. TRZ again onto the area of Yasnaya Polya. They also need to make a rotation for at least 480 meter. TRZ looking strong in the last match. They were able to take some fights into their number. And Sabir, whenever this team comes into the frame, one player that I get my eyes stick upon, and that is Sabir. I just don't know where do the team fumbles all in all, but I just want them to find themselves in a nick, in a patch, in a good form in this match.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed for the same, because after all, that is going to be all that we can expect after all from all of these teams, right? There's no leeway that can be given to any of the teams and expect that, no, this team is not going to be able to play good. But eventually, this is going to be their final game for Group A and B for the day. So all the teams are trying to bring in their A-level performance, along with which, as you talk about the kill feed, it seems T-Rex's rotation has not really worked out too much, because AL has seemed to have caught them off guard.
Exactly, and T-Rex just not having a good day in this match, and I guess 2-3 players have been eliminated from their side, and already I guess one team has been eliminated, and this can be a bad thing for them, because all in all, this was the last match for these groups for the day. Once they come into the frame next day, they will be playing against, but this can be a sealed thing for these teams for today, because A and B will not be playing, and the next 2 matches will be played for C&D. But let's head toward the maps that we are seeing the rotation at, because in the center, closer toward the area of on the eastern side of Pochinki, we can already see teams like BFS, teams like BhaiBrother, and VNM Legends already into the frame. BF is actually trying to cut down the rotation of Kings of BD. They have received some of the shots, but look at this beautifully split angle BFS. If any team tries to make a rotation from this side, shots will be surely taken. One thing that can go against the players of Kings BD is that they are constricted in the same single compound.
They most certainly are, and right there we did see the BFS try and take a little bit of that spray, but were not able to knock the player out. There was a little bit of damage, of course, dished out, but eventually Kings of BD were able to get themselves in that spot, and now both the teams have information against each other. Only conversation is going to be who is going to be able to take this long approach in towards this fight. But on the other side, as we look onto the map itself, we are looking at teams slowly moving into the zone. We've got Bots and Pajamas on the move. We've got TRZ coming in on the north as well, very close to Bots and Pajamas position. 7C has finally gotten close to the zone and will be able to get themselves into the zone. But as soon as they do so, brothers are going to be waiting for them from the looks of it. BhaiBrothers are very, very close to the edge of that zone as 7Cs try to make that rotation. Right here, as we talk about a stalemate, this couldn't have been a better stalemate because BFS and Kings of BD are just trying to spot each other out. They know that they're there, but who's going to get the better half? Well, let's see.
I mean, exactly. First drop already on the way, but I guess none of the players will be touching this drop because this in the center, this in the dead smack center, and we have already seen some congestions. We just saw that minimap that was popped on the right hand side of the screen, and we saw the teams on the sides, the players from the sides of Bots and Pajamas trying to make an entry from the other side from the areas of Rozok and to the same areas, but PX Esports are already into the same frame where BFS is positioned. 3 players from the sides of PX can make a entry, can make a detrimental position point onto the players of BFS is still a question because PXES have already given a lot of sound cues. They have spotted on the players with the help of those tap shots. They are trying to make their presence feel, but BFS, one player that is Target, has been shot down.
Well, this is interesting of events because after all, when it comes down to BFS Bitchy right here, they're slowly moving on along with the flank angle being created, and they are going to be able to hopefully get a push on towards the side of Kings because after all, their player has been knocked, and he is. This is the moment where either King will make a push, but it is out in the open. So making a push out in the open is also probably not going to be the way that they want to play this fight. Move on towards the side of VNM Legends. This team is again on top of the hill, slowly getting some information, have a little bit of an area for themselves that they can contest, and there's no other team that can retaliate against them. SLX are the ones who are in their crosshair for the moment.
Exactly, SLX Chingiz already onto his 10 HP, just need to heal himself up, else if any shot gets connected, team can be in problem all in all, and it seems that once they make an entry to the place where they actually want to, the healing will be done. But Pochinki, the city has been abandoned, has been left by the sides and the players from Venom Legends. So I guess a bit of different types of strategies has been played down from the sides of Venom Legends. I'm just waiting that what is the sort of strategy that they are trying to actually execute. Maybe they're just waiting and wanting any team, if they are trying to rotate, to caught them off guard and try to maximize the number of kills, because they could have they were well settled in the city of Pochinki and they wanted nothing from that, but still out of their comfort zone, they are just waiting and just trying to hunt down the players, and this is what Venom Legends has to offer about. But look at this, TRZ's players are on the receiving end. Bots in Pajamas, they are trying to make an entry into zone, takes down one more player, and they are looking good for now.
Well, this was the northern rotation that we were talking about, Bots and Pajamas and against TRZ, and sadly TRZ is a player, Rare I think it was, that has been knocked out and sent back in the lobby thanks to that perfect nade coming in from Bots and Pajamas, and Sabir is going to be hauling out of that in towards the zone. But along with that, I mean, again, Bots and Pajamas, they were able to get that kill confirmed, yes, but as they move on into the zone, it could be a tricky situation because after all, TRC is probably going to be waiting for them if Bots and Pajamas go on into the same exact angle. Well, again, there's a tricky rotation coming in from Bots and Pajamas, but we shall see. We shall see how it pans out to be. As of now, we are with 15 teams, 13 minutes in, and the fourth circle will be drawn in another 15 seconds.
I guess they're just trying to climb this mountain because there was a drop at this side, but some interesting sort of vehicle being parked in that same compound where those motorcycles were being parked. But 7C is onto the receiving end because some players have already spotted down, and that vehicle HP was brought down to so low that that could have been blown out at any point of time had there more bullet being connected on the same point. But look at this, Kings of BD into the same compound. They have spent a lot of time and still not being challenged because circle is still just the third one. That means the teams and the players have still a lot of breathing space and congestion is less. But once the circle goes for the fourth one, we can see some more teams and some more players, and then we can expect some more fights.
Uh-oh, do we have a third party that could take place right here? Because 7C Esports are keeping their crosshairs towards the side of the compound where we find BFS in, but BFS and Kings of BD, they are in the most longest stalemate position that we can possibly expect from these two. And talking about Bots and Pajamas, they did go for that longer rotation and have made that rotation towards the side of Ruins. So TRZ is not going to be in their crosshairs, and that's, or rather, TRZ is not going to have Bots and Pajamas in their crosshairs. So either way, it worked out for BIP, I would say. Move that conversation back towards their things and 7C were. We do see 7C trying to bring in a little bit of that spray, but not able to connect, not able to get any damage dished out.
And exactly, 7C is holding the edge of the circle, the western edge. They are just not allowing any player to flourish from their side, and because of that, most of the teammates, most of the players are in a split, but some players are stuck and some smokes have been popped out. That means 7C's machine knows the exact position. All they just need to do is to secure more and more kills, because they have already spent a lot of time in cutting off the rotation. And now if they make a rotation, we have already seen from the western side, there are more and more teams. So once they make an entry, they have to make sure that they take out these fights all in all in a very good way, else they will be shut down. And this was the thing I was talking about. Now they have to make an entry, and they have given a lot of sound cue. That means once they make an entry, if they follow the same path from the team that have made an entry, they will be receiving the shots.
Ooh, what a shift. What a shift coming in from this circle, the fourth circle being drawn onto our screens. And boy, oh boy, VNM Legends again find themselves in a pretty interesting position. So do SLX, but there's going to be another point to bring, which is going to be, it is in the open.
I mean, exactly. SLX holding the position in the open ground. There are some ridges that they can play really well, but onto the backhand side, where the players will be making rotation from the northern side or northeastern or northwestern side, they can be under some serious heavy fire. But AL Esports getting a position, getting a hold of that compound that we have, that famous compound in the area of Pochinki, can help them secure more and more info. But VNM Legends, again, whenever we see them playing in the game of Erangel, they have their circle. They have their prediction well, and all credits goes to the IGL.
It certainly does. I mean, right here, Team SANGAI have themselves set up almost like a defender's line, all in just a perfect line of just this hill that they're on, and trying to get some information. They did not end up firing because they only needed the information for the moment. They are in the open, very close to the circle actually, so that's going to work out for them. And with that, we move on to TRZ, who have now jumped into the fight. They are trying to bring in a lot of damage towards the other teams, and for now we shall have to see what those other teams are, because, well, they are so far away that the game's not even drawn the other teams' names as of now. But TRZ certainly have somebody in their crosshairs, but we shall see along with which, and move on to SANGAI's defender position. It is 7C sadly in the crosshairs.
I mean, exactly. This was the thing I was mentioning. 7Cs have lost an important time in that same rotation, and just because of that, once they made an entry, they find themselves in the crosshair of G69 officials and also the players of Team SANGAI. And just because of that, 2 players were eliminated. I guess 1 player has been eliminated. That was of Evilai, but still, all credits to the guys from the sides of 7Cs, because Machine Badger with Kapsha is still surviving. I don't know how they did survive, because at a point it seemed that they can be wiped out at any moment, but still they survive. Bots and Pajamas making an entry from the northeastern side. Can they make a mark in this match, because they are holding the edge?
They certainly are, and TRZ right there waiting for Bots and Pajamas to make that rotation as they will spray on down. BFS Esports also making a rotation, and TRZ Sabir right here, who seems to have given away too much of information by trying to bring in a little bit of damage to the other teams, has now given away his information and is being spotted and being third-partied, along with which, but Rave, I mean, this team just does not want to stop. They just do not know how to stop. Every single time they spot a team, they want to take a kill. That is what 7Cs is doing.
I mean, exactly. Aggression is the best defense, and this is what they have been trying to do. Whenever they get some shots, they just try to shut down the players, and this is the way they were trying to make an entry. G69 on the other hand, they were looking for a pretty strong at one point, but it seems that the Sharp Eye is barely surviving anyhow. Will he be able to make an entry is a big question, and that will be answered soon. Kapshi with his arm shots into his hand, and this is the time. Coming from the eastern side, they are making a mark. Team SANGAI, this is a long range fight, but the way they have made it possible, this is flawless. This is flawless.
Most certainly is. I mean, Team SANGAI were looking pretty good as they had that hold, but eventually the way 7C have just pushed on along, even though they were on the receiving end, even though they were on the back end side, even though they were outside the zone, have made it work so perfectly. They've utilized the utilities to perfection. But right now, Badrev has been brought down, Machine has been brought down, and now Kapshi is the man who shall have to hold the fort. But for long, not for long, because Bottom Pajamas jump in, the third party, sadly, it will be out for 7 Cs. But 6 kills though. No, 5 kills and 6 points.
I mean, exactly, but the way they fought, they just fought like a warrior. They had nothing whatsoever. They didn't have any vehicle. They didn't have any cover to make with the help
True.
of those vehicles. They didn't have anything, but still, the way they tried to shut down the players and the distance that they covered between all those fights, that was commendable. But right now, we are heading towards the area of Pochinki, which I love the fight to be at the best. The area of Church is now in control towards the players of TRZ, just trying to make an entry from their side. And Venom Legends, I guess, holding the area of Church would have been a better option, but right now it's TRZ Esports that is holding the same area. Venom Legends players are going down one by one, but still all the 4 players are being revived. But for how long? As Pipan and Steel Shot has been taken down, they will be finished, and TRZ Esports looking damn pretty very strong.
They most certainly are. I mean, they had a perfect setup right here, and there was no way Venom Legends players could retaliate. They certainly did try with the utilities and everything, but eventually the vehicles that they brought on along and everything were the reason that Venom Legends were sent back into the lobby with that Jeep being exploded right onto their faces. With that, we move on towards BhaiBro, and BhaiBrothers are trying to take on a fight against the Kings of BD. Kings of BD have already got 1 knock, but it is now going to be a 4v3 situation because the revive has been done, and Katappa is not going to retaliate, or rather he is going to retaliate. He's not going to stop his thing.
I mean, exactly, but you have to be cautious about the players that G69 official are already onto the frame. So two type of fights are already into the frame. One in the city of Pochinki and one already out in the open, where Bottom Pajamas are on the receiving end. One player can soon fall down, and SLX Furry stab shots, I guess, takes him down. And yes, Bimo has been eliminated. Bottom Pajamas already onto the receiving end, and that fight that was going out in the open, and that was on the northeastern side. But let's head towards this city fight.
Well, GG play indeed coming in from the side of King of BD, because they have the utilities, they've got the man advantage. The only question is how exactly are they going to be able to bring this fight into their favor? They've got utilities that they're trying to utilize to the best of their abilities, but it is not sadly resulting in anything as of now, as BhaiBrothers are maintaining their position into that compound. But if you look onto the map itself, right, all these teams, so many of these teams are stuck in a cluster to the south of this zone. As soon as the zone shifts in the next 45 seconds, it is going to make these teams get away from the compound that they call home as of now.
I mean, I guess that is the point of the thing. But Finisher just trying to give some random fires, and the moment he will be trying to reload his weapon, the players from the sides of Kings of BD will be making a push. A 1v1 fight. Chipu makes mark into his, but from backhand side, Finisher takes him down, and this is a complete chaos. A grenade comes in, and Kings of BD are reigning supreme, taking the fight into his number. Still 2 players surviving, Megamind and Devil still surviving, but Kings of BD, they are falling like 9 pins here.
They most certainly are. Yamin Bhai, once again, Yamin Bhai is the one who's surviving for the side of BhaiBrothers. All he needs to do is a perfectly set up nade, a perfectly cooked nade. But sadly, when Kim comes down to his health also, he was not looking too good. And along with that, it is TRZ making the best of this fight as they move into this compound as well.
I mean, exactly. This can be a perfect time to a third party this situation, and Yamin Bhai, he is in that situation where he can neither jump out of this compound nor he can take the fight, because he must be getting all those 4 footsteps.
He most certainly is. All he needs is some utilities, and hopefully he has some, because of course Kings of BD, they are going to want to take this kill, but eventually how exactly are they going to push? If they push all together as once, Yamin Bhai stands no chance, but it seems like that is exactly what has happened, and Yamin Bhai is going to try and run away to the balcony to jump out, but Katappa is right there.
I mean, exactly. The Katappa just puts the final nails in the coffin, and BhaiBrother has been eliminated. Now, some other fights are being erupted on the northeastern side. So, 2 types of fight that we can already see into this match. One was in the Pochinki, and now one that is in the open, where a lot of strategy is being applied, a lot of smokes are being used, a lot of rocks and a lot of tree trunks are being used. SLX looking very strong. They are 4 men strong. They this can be a match for them because they already have 5 kills into the name. That means they have the momentum, and if they just let this momentum carry on for next 2-3 minutes, this can be a game for them. But the game spoiler coming in from the western side, TRZ Esports was just trying to third party the situation but has also received some of the shots. But Target is very close to the player. He will be spotted down. SLX 6 kills. They are looking damn pretty strong.
Oh, they certainly are, because when it came down to the zone itself, right, we did see SLX in a really good spot, very much in the center of that zone, and were able to, of course, make that count with all 4 members alive. Now, as you move on along, when it comes down to this perfect turn of events in this compound, we've got the Kings of BD, where they are now going to try and take on to the players of LEOPARD, and TRZ Esports' one final player is also not one final player, apologies, with one knock. TRZ's 3 players are also very much part of this fight.
Oh, that volley puts him down, and he has been burned down. An inferno has been created, and sooner or later, this can be a moment where he can be charged to death. And the Kings of BD, they are completely looking at different team in this match. Again, one grenade takes him down, and LEOPARD, this is getting tricky for him. Smoker anyhow just trying to give him the cover fire from another compound, but one more grenade can do a game end for them.
It most certainly can, because Tripto is not going to be able to survive there for long. Only Smoker is left, and Smoker also has given away his information. So it is going to be Kings BD who are going to be able to make this count. And yep, with that, it is the end of LEOPARD. Kings of BD, Katappa is completely stepping in and chiming in with some aggressive stances for the side. It is 4 teams remaining now. SLX looking pretty comfortable with 6 defeats that they've got for themselves, alongside which we have TRZ's 3 players. We of course have Katappa and the likes of Kings of BD with their 3-man army as well.
I mean, exactly, look at this blotter. Kings of BD have taken the fight into the course, but the minimap, if we have a look at that, circle has gone away from it. That means they have to come out of the compound, and once they are in open, some teams will be already waiting for them. And I guess Megamind has realized this fact, and he knows that aggression is the only defense, and if they shut down player at any cost, then only they will be able to make an entry into the zone. But I guess SLX, I guess 4 players were there, but now they have been reduced to 3 players, and I guess TRZ Esports are making a mark onto the player. But from right inside, Jenkins is trying to make a mark. He will be taken down. He was found down. He had a very good strategy, but TRZ Esports, they had a good outing on themselves.
Rare FPS, I mean, he was so spot on from TRZ's side. That was just incredible play. It almost seemed like TRZ was going to get sandwiched, but no, it was, of course, TRZ's Rare FPS who was able to save the day for his team. But with that, Kings of BD pushing on alongside, and this is a different team that we are seeing, a different play that we are seeing from the side of Kings of BD.
When exactly, this is not looking a team that has played the rest of the 3 matches. This is looking a completely different team. 10 kills already onto the name. Look at the way they have dominated, be it with the compound fights, be it with the open fights, and now the close range fights. All in all, they are looking incredibly super strong. They are playing it magnificently well till now. The only thing that they just need to do is to not let any player go down, as this is down to 2 teams and 3 players. And the best part for the sides of Kings of BD is that the players are in a split. That means if the zone anyhow go away from one of the team, the rest of the players can have the zone and can enjoy the privilege.
They most certainly can. We are looking at TRZ's fan out approach as well, as they try and create that flank angle from the side of Atomic, but eventually all the team members are going to move on towards that compound, and now it is a compound versus compound sort of a situation, a 3v3 situation, of course, as you had so perfectly mentioned. But what a nade that was. Kings of BD tried to create that flank, but sadly has been hunkered down.
I mean, exactly. You just cannot do anything about this. This is the randomness of the game. You cannot expect zone. I mean, you can expect zone to be your friend, but more often it goes away from you. Kings of BD just trying hard anyway to take down the players. Kings of BD, one player that was knocked down will be taken down. Megamind has been taken down, and Mamba, this is a standout performer for me in this match also, because 3 kills already onto the name, and 8 kills is what they have been able to secure. And yes, this was a chicken dinner for themselves and all their teams. A well-deserved chicken dinner. Not much of thing that could have been done from the sides of Kings of BD. They fought really very good for this match, but zone went away from them.
Absolutely, with that, TRZ Esports taking a chicken dinner with 9 kills, 24 points is what they walk away with. Overall, they move on to the 3rd spot, but I have to commend Kings of BD's performance. I mean, Katappa was just in his form for this final game of Group A and B for the day, and just phenomenal turn of events. I'm sure that is going to lead this team of Kings of BD quite a lot when it comes down to the overall standing.
I mean, exactly. It was a commendable job, and all thanks to the teams and the players, and especially Mamba, the way he shut down the players. And it is Atomic actually from TRZ side that is the most valuable player from this match. Total of 5 kills is what he has been able to secure. 842 damage and healing done just 58 in a match where there was so much of close range fight. That means this is a player that knows how to hide himself well, and at the same position, at the same point, he wants, and he knows to take the fight and to dish out the damage in a very huge number.
Absolutely. With that, we move on to the top 4 players, and yep, Katappa is right there from Kings of BD with 6 kills, 660 damage that he was able to dish out. Atomic being, of course, the number 1 with 842 damage dished out with 5 kills to this lad's name. AL's Flash is also here with 5 kills, along with SLX's Fury. SLX again, I mean, the way SLX played, I do believe that it could have been their game. It honestly could have been their game. The way they were positioned, but they were in the open, and that they were just not able to utilize properly, I think, and that's where they faltered down.
All thanks goes to the TRZ's rare FPS. The moment they were just trying to flank in the angle, there were some smoke spread out. They did try to outplay the players from the sides of TRZ, but they were completely shut down because TRZ, they didn't have a very good compound, a concrete compound that they can surely rely on. But the way they created the smoke, that the way they used the smoke, that was all spot on. And just because of that, 9 kill, 15 total placement point from this match, a total of 24 point is what they have been able to secure from this match.
Beautiful turnover wins from the side of TRZ indeed, and even more commendable approach coming in from the side of Kings of BD with 10 kills, 22 points is what they walk away with. AL Esports is not that far behind with 8 kills and 10 placement points, thus giving them the 18-point scorecard. Move on to the 16th position. Sadly, this time around it was VNM Legends that was caught off guard. And I mean, again, it was just a sad state of affair because the vehicles itself became their annihilation.
I mean, exactly. They were shut down, and I guess just not having the church compound made fall prey to them, because if you are holding that backside of Pochinki, you need to have that church because that lets you get more and more info. And once you are in, because just after the church there is a big dip, and in that same dip the players were there. So even if the players could have lobbied some of the grenades, that would have easily stuck onto their body.
Oh, but this was a good start. From Terror, this was a really, really good start to the game where PX Esports just shined in along, and DoD was the one that was at the receiving end, sadly.
I mean, exactly. And these are the Oppo F19 Pro moments and Blotter. So we might have missed some of the action, but thanks to all these Oppo support and Oppo F19 Pro moments, because this brings our memory afresh.
Oh, it certainly does, dude, because again, I mean, we saw 7C Esports stand that ground open, all in the open, being sandwiched between two teams, but still did not fall, did not hunker down. They did bring in a lot of knocks, but this is where, again, I mean, VNM Legends, they tried their level best, but what can you say? It was TRZ that they were going up against, and TRZ at this moment itself had only 3 men alive, and these 3 members moved on to completely dominate in the lobby by the end of it.
And I guess once they eliminated VNM Legends, they got the confidence, they carried it forwards, and sooner or later they were taking the fights in its own way, because TRZ didn't have a very good compound, a very good cover for themselves. But this fight, all in all, Kings of BD, the way they made a push onto the players of BhaiBrother, because BhaiBrother had the compound for a so long time that they had that position well, they cemented themselves position well in the same compounds, but they were shut down. And this grenade, spot on, pinpointed, well coordinated. He didn't have any movement, an inch to move, and he was also taken down.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely loved Katappa's play, and the way Kings of BD altogether played as a team itself, the pushes that they made, the way they were able to hold that compound to themselves, just beautiful. Had the circle, this final circle also favored them, it could have been a different affair altogether, perhaps.
I mean, exactly. Things could have been different, but this is the randomness of the game that brings about. But
True.
let's head toward the overall ranking. 7C's Esports still topping the chart, leading the way with 73 total points, 37 kills is what they have been able to secure. Kings of BD follows them next, but Venom Legends, look at this. Once they were at the top, but after 3 games, 3 sad affairs, 3 bad affairs for themselves, and right now they find themselves at the 5th position. And SLX also making an entry, I guess, in the top 8, in the top 8 of the chart.
Absolutely, and this is something that is going to, of course, change the name of the game itself, because this is where these teams are going to leave and Group C and D are going to move in. Now, let's see from Group C and D, what bigger leap are they going to be able to create when it comes down to these points? 7C Esports certainly has done so with 73 points, but can we expect the same from A1 Esports? They have, well, of course, only 2 games to play, but how close can they get to the teams that have these many points on the first page?
I mean, exactly. Look at this. BFS brother, TREX, Team SANGAI just have 9, 8, and 8 total points. Just imagine any team coming in from the sides of C and D in just 2 matches. If they overpass them, what sort of pressure that gets developed onto their head?
Absolutely. With that, we have 14, 15, 16 position holders right now. BFS Esports, TREX, as well as Team SANGAI, and that is something that is going to get tough. It is going to get tough,
Yes.
but eventually, the best thing is on day number 1. What most of the times we end up seeing is, because these teams, they have played against each other, but they are really going to get to know each other better, and their play style and their positions and their drop locations as they move on away from day number 1, because day number 1 is sort of like, just trying to understand what the pond is about, what sort of fishes are there, and then the next day you come in with the bait, the perfect bait for that perfect fish, and then you just annihilate that. And hopefully those teams on that second page are going to do that. Fingers crossed is what I say.
I mean, exactly. Some teams, some players were waiting for all those things to pan out, and once they were in the groups, they started to flourishing themselves up, because Team BOD were also not in the groove in the very second match, but once
True.
they got in the groove in the third match, they started flourishing. We just saw them dominating, annihilating against the players that are very big in number.
Absolutely, mate. With that, we've got 2 more games remaining for day number 1, and this is where Group C and D is going to be chiming in along. We're going to start off on the map of Miramar, but before we jump into the map, we're going to go on a very short break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
All right, welcome back to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook up your fun. I certainly hope you guys have been enjoying the show. We've got 4 games done between Group A and B. So just to premise, Ankit, what do you think, dude? All the games that we've seen thus far, how do you summarize them?
I mean, they are going all in. Even if the game is on the slower side, if one team is looking to take up the fight, they are just trying to take up the fight. And some teams are just needing maybe 1 or 2 games to get in the groups. And once they are in the groups, they are just flourishing themselves up just the way Kings of BD did. But let's head over the squad roster for Group C that are on your screen. BITX, that is the Bad Intentions, Mortem ES, Silent Cloud, and Team 4 Axis. So once you are mentioning Blodder, that once Group C and Group D comes into action, some teams will be bringing in with those spices with it.
Oh yes, we've got A1 Esports right here with the likes of course Dante, Sinister, Jackson. This is where things are going to get that much more intense, I would say, in the lobby. But of course, there are so many teams that are going to be chiming in along. When we move on towards Group D, we've got XBET chiming in along with NRZ Esports, Unstoppable, along with TRZ Extreme. Now, this is not it because this is just 2 games that they have, yes, only 2 games that they have, but as the day progresses along, right, as the tournament progresses on from day 1 to day 2, that is where we shall genuinely see a lot of fights, a lot of skirmishes that
Exactly.
finally these teams are going to be bringing to the table.
So we have just seen the 4 of the teams that the team from Group A and Group B coming into the play. Now is the time that C and D. So Group A and B
Right.
did a sort of different gameplay. I'm just waiting once they come, the Group C and Group D comes to the frame in the map of Miramar, because A and B started things off in the game of Erangel with the players and the teams play the most map in the frequency in the most number of times. But
Right.
once Group C and Group D will be thrown into the lobby, they had that no option but to play the Miramar. So what do you think? What are expectation from the game of Miramar?
Exactly, right? Because again, when you talk about teams like, for example, A1 Esports, or you talk about Bad Intentions, or you talk about Team 4 Axis, or TRZ Extreme, I mean, these teams, they are known to bring in some dominating plays. Now,
Yep.
of course, the nature of the map implies that it might just be a slow start. But mind you, as soon as the game progresses along on the map of Miramar, right? As soon as these teams find themselves in their comfortable drop locations and move on with the circle itself, that is where we can hope that these teams are right off the bat going to be bringing in that level A performance, because that's what's needed. You talk about the overall standings. I mean, a team like 7C Esports has been so consistent that they are so very close to even getting to that 100 marker point in just the 4 games that they've played. So to be a part of that sort of a contestation on the overall rankings, I do expect the Group C and D to bring in all-out war right off the bat in this first game that they are going to play.
I mean, exactly. Group A and Group B have showed the performance, have had this show in the very first 4 games of the day. Now is the time when C and D will be getting a chance, starting things off with Miramar and then going down to Erangel. So 2 games for the day.
True.
They still have 2 chances. They just need to showcase of the performance that, yes, we are also here, Group C and D, when they will be going against. And some teams that still after playing those 4 matches, I guess will be going down, because we just saw that some good number of points were total secured after the end of 2 matches, and there will be some teams from the Group A and Group B that will be falling down, and Group C and Group D, some teams will be joining in that maybe 9 to 16 or maybe in the top 8 half of the chart. And if that happens, that gets interesting, because
Right.
just compare team that has played just 2 matches already into the first half of the chart, and team that has played 4 matches still on the first half of the chart. So you still have that 2-match lead in your number.
And again, to be very blunt and honest about it, it is possible. Because
Exactly.
the way the day started, right? VNM Legends started off with, I believe, 15 kills along with a chicken dinner. So walked away with 30 points, right? And then
Yeah.
right now on the overall standing, they are roughly sitting at, I believe, a 5th or 6th spot. I think it is 5th with something like 43 or 45 points, some oddly. Now, if one game can give you 30 points, and we've got the likes of A1 Esports and whatnots in this lobby from Group C and D, so it is very much possible that in 2 games, if you have some ultimate games, you can walk away
exactly.
with 50 points, right? I mean, it's not really that big a deal, but it is also another point to bring up, which is going to be they're going to be playing against these teams that they do not know. Now, the X Factor teams, as I
Yes.
always like to call them, right? They are the ones who can very well stop the play from these good teams. VNM Legends did showcase that from the first game, but as they moved on to the next 3 games, it was other teams that were stepping up, right? It was TRZ. TRZ we already know. It was Kings of BD that we did not know, but was so phenomenal. So that could very well be the case that, in this group from C and D, in this lobby, it might just be that X Factor team could maybe chime in along and showcase a complete different domination like we saw from Kings of BD.
I mean, exactly. Also bringing to the fact that Bots in Pajamas, the team that were knocked off in the first 2 matches, were able to secure a chicken dinner eventually in the third game when they were playing, and they were looking absolutely stunning. But then again, they faltered down in the very last game of Erangel. So anything happened, and if we have to talk about it, so balancing the equation, things can go really, really very tricky. And this game of Miramar, what all I can expect is maybe a bit of a slow start, and once the shackle gets broken, they will be going all in, because they still because they have that 16 total teams that have played a total point, so they have that target set in the mind. They know how to make and break their game, and once they do, they will be going all in.
Most certainly will. But with that, again, I mean, talking about the circle itself, right? So last time we saw a Senda del Patron sort of a region-based circle. Now this time around, what should we expect? I mean, Miramar, I don't know, but
maybe
Los Leones, maybe, or even go southern south. Let's see, right?
Maybe that island that we just saw in that recent concluding championship, maybe.
Who knows? That's where, again, as you so perfectly said, the curveball that the game throws at you, right? That is part of the game. That is how the game is supposed to be, expected to be played, because, you can have the best of the best strategies, like teams like A1 Esports and whatnots can have it all set down to the core that this is how we're going to apply it, and this is how we're going to mention it based on this circle and this nuts. But again, that's just nuts, because as soon as you move on into the third, fourth circle and the fourth, fifth circle, you can be damn sure to expect that shift. And that shift is the curveball that so many teams just never ever expect, and it just completely annihilates your play.
I mean, exactly. And the way you just brought down this fact, that was absolutely phenomenal. And adding more to this fact was that in the game of Miramar, we just saw a circle that was complete dominating on one of the sides, and that did help the teams that went to the Campo Militar region and the team that went to the extreme western side. Just imagine a total southern shift, as we just mentioning, a team going to Campo Militar side or maybe to the extreme western side. How difficult is gonna be for themselves, because once they gonna try to make a rotation from the Chumasera side, we know Chumasera is a place that gets occupied by any team, at least by one team. Maybe it can be a 2-team, or if they try to make a rotation from the Hasiana and the Patron side. So all these things will be broken down once we head towards the map. And Blotter, it seems that the map and the flight path is already on its way.
Oh, yes, it is. The flight has taken off. All the players are seated and booted and ready, because we have the entire lobby full. All 64 players are in, and with that we get the game started off, where we do see the plane coming in and going on down towards the Impala region, coming in from the northern side towards the western side of Impala. And that is another point that I was about to kind of bring up, that we could maybe even expect an Impala circle. I mean, that would be pretty neat as well, to throw a little bit of a curveball when it comes down to the shifts. But never mind, we'll talk about the circle as it's brought onto our screens. As of now, let's move on along and have a look at these drop locations.
I mean, exactly. Some teams are really dropping out very early, and teams are going towards their favorite drop location as for now and their comfortable spots. Some teams are going towards the area of Torremod and Campo Militar, or maybe towards the area of Tierra Bronca. La Cobreria and the credit fields will be occupied as teams are slowly and steadily dropping down. I can already see a cluster being developed, and teams are choosing whether to go towards the area of Los Leones, or maybe to the area of Impala, or staying towards the area of La Bendita. But a quick prediction, where would the circle would go?
Well, for now it is going to be, again, because these teams, so many of the teams I am going to be looking at for the first time. So let's see what sort of talk about the word Impala coming in right there along with Los Leones, as you mentioned. So this is where a few of those teams that have moved on down towards La Cabrera as well as El Pozo and region are going to be a bit in of a tricky situation if they do not get that time management done right and that rotation done right on point, right? Along with which, when you talk about the circle itself, so many of the teams are actually pretty comfortably close and inside the circle. So a decent turn of events as of now as the game starts off. With that, right off the bat, we have A1 Esports, and this is Sinister, who's just jumping in along, trying to get himself acclimated. But we also have those purple parachutes that are going to be very close to this team of A1 Esports.
I mean, exactly. A1 Esports dropping down to the area of Los Leones. The same place they have been going time and again, and they are looking very much comfortable. But I can already see a split parachute, a multicolored parachute already into the way. And 6ix9ine has spotted those parachute once he gets the gun. Can we see some aerial knocks already onto the way? And that is something possible. And 6ix9ine already going towards the player that they have jumped off. He has an eye towards the sky. That means he knows that some of the players have glided down towards the area to the extreme corners of Los Leones just in order to avoid those bullets coming in from their side. But again, I would have loved to see those early fights. And Los Leones is a city again that can get contested, and we can see some fights breaking out in the same area. But we have to still wait for that.
Ooh, this is good. This is really good. We've got IPG and we've got, I believe, A1 Esports, right next to each other. And that is going to make a really interesting fight if they do end up getting to be a part of that fight, that is. But of course, I mean, IPG also a very, very well established team that does really, really good when it comes down to those sort of aggressive stances that they do end up making. And so does A1 Esports. So a good start to the game is what I'm expecting. But along with that, we move on to the other teams, like, for example, 4Axis right here. All the teams actually that we jump into. 3 minutes in, they have all gotten some really good loot.
Exactly, and
Decent
talking
loot,
about loot, exactly. 4x is one player just fall off a very, very high cliff, very high elevation, and because of that, he just had that first aid. He will pop in, you will use it, but this is not the way. You just try to converse, but it's still the early stage of the game. And look at this 25 meters is what Mortem ES, the team, has to travel, and this is gonna be a very, very long journey. And I guess with the help of single Mirado, this can be a tricky thing because the terrain, number one, doesn't allow you to have a safe passage. It can get stuck at any moment, and number two, if it gets spotted down, these are the vulnerable vehicles.
Exactly, and all three members are together in that single Mirado. That's not good. They better find themselves another vehicle because the more vehicles, I think, especially when it comes to the map of Miramar, the more vehicles that your team has, the better off your chances of survival rather than just that one vehicle, because you can use that, of course, to have that individual fanned out approach towards the rotation, as well as use those vehicles for your cover, right? So again, decent turn of events as we look on towards XBET's side right here, and they are also going to get themselves acclimated into this game. We are only 5 minutes in. All 64 players are alive, but for how long? We've got Sherlock, King, Felsal, amazing players. They showcased some wonderful plays in the previous championship, and now as they jump in along, they are going to be faced with another dominating team play as well as lobby, but I'm hoping that they will shine.
Exactly, this is what they have come for. This is what they are looking up forward to, and the fans are also looking forward to. And make sure to put and slap spam with other teammates and those hearts for your favorite teammates and for your favorite players. And yes, they are looking pretty much strong for now. And look, the way they are just trying to progress towards the map. I guess many of the teammates, many of the players are out of the zone, and just because of that, as I just mentioned before the game started, players need to focus on their rotation, and same we are seeing from their side. Impala is a place where our NRZ Sports are already having their eyes set upon, and they are in the dead smack center, and I guess they might be facing some heat once the circle constricts, because more and more teams, more and more players then will be coming towards the same spot, to the same city.
Well, a cute moment right there where we did see Bad Intentions Winter, who was just moving on around trying to get busy with his loot, and his young buddy just sent along into the room and is like, please wait for me, I'm going to jump in along with you as well. But yeah, move on to the map. As we do see, we have a lot of interesting teams that have actually gotten themselves inside the zone, and the teams who have not gotten inside the zone are not that far away. For example, Bad Intention is what we were looking at. They are south of El Pozo region as of now, and are going to be able to get themselves acclimated into the zone, no problem at all, I would think. But apart from that, everything is looking hunky-dory for the moment, apart from the Los Leones city. Right there, right south of
Exactly.
Los Leones is where we can certainly expect A1 Esports and IPG as well to move in with a little bit of contestation in that city.
And also Mortem ES that is coming in from the sides of Minas and Chumasura. They will be joining the Los Leones frame, and in already Los Leones, IPG and A1 Esports are there. On the southern side, we can already see Unstoppable X are presenting themselves up, and they will be making rotation. But look at the cluster that is developing to the side of San Martin and towards the same area. I guess if the players find themselves away from all these fights at the very early stage of the game, this can be a good thing for them. But no is the answer, as the very first blood of the game can be drawn at any point, at any moment. But one by one, player has been fallen down, and I guess look at this IST's player. All the players are so low on HP because the players from the sides of RD has spotted down, and I guess Nightmare won't be surviving here as he will be taken down. He was so much isolated. I guess he was caught in the open.
Yep, he certainly was. And again, I mean, it was pretty close, actually, pretty close for this team because they were all set up in just that one vehicle. As that vehicle exploded, all of them ended up getting so much damage from the side of Rude Dudes, because had they had more vehicles, it would have been a better approach to the compound. But eventually, again, they're all fine and square. They're all 4 members still surviving, so it's A-okay for the moment. But Rude Dude, not the case. Rude Dude have already lost one of their members, and the team members are, of course, not going to want to push on to this compound anymore.
Exactly, they just certainly don't want to push themselves up, but also for Axis joining in the frame, TRZ's rage has been, it seems that he has been knocked down and he will fall prey down to the players, and the loot will go down. But Munna has also fallen down from the sides of Axis. That means collateral damage has been dealt, but smoke through smoke, a knock has came in. Bamboo has given that knock, and this is not looking good for the sides of Axis Esports.
Ford Access certainly not looking in the best performance as of now, and along with that, TRZ Extreme find themselves in a bit of a precarious situation as they are outside the zone, 323 meters to be exact outside the zone, and also not looking good when it comes to the King of the Hill situation, because of course we do have this team of 4M that is going to be right on top of them and will not allow TRZ to come into the zone. Along with that, we've got the map on our screens, and what? That is such a late rotation coming in from the side of course, BIT. That is going to be bad intentions. But we'll see what exactly are they planning along the pitch. If we move on to the game itself, it is TRZ that is in a very sad position, and 4M are doing the best of their possibility to be able to bring this team down and not allow them to entry into the zone.
And yes, he will go down as loser picks one more knock, and at this point they are looking very much vulnerable, and Sagor will be taken down as he is the last person surviving, I guess. And yes, he is taken down, and with this, TRZ is eliminated in his very first half of the game, just the 9 minutes and 47 seconds, and he has been eliminated. The team has been all in all eliminated, and look at this blotter. Circle has gone for a it's still a hard shift. That means the next shift can still be a hard shift, and that can go away from the water, and maybe if goes towards the northern side, the team that are coming in from the northern side will be in a favorable position.
Absolutely. With that, we see A1 Esports' Jax has already taken an initial kill to his department, I believe, and has confirmed that point as well. So that is beautiful turn of events as A1 Esports tries to move on and towards this compound. They will be taken on for this fight. Looking towards this fight, we do have Acid that is going to be in their crosshairs. And again, when it comes down to AcidDEFIANT, this team, how exactly are they setting themselves up? They do have a flank setup as well, but A1 Esports, of course, a very well experienced team, knows exactly how to utilize their position with this crevice working for them.
I mean, exactly. A1 Esports, we all know them, but the way they are just trying to fight themselves up, one kill is already what they have been able to secure. They are taking a fight against one team, and they can finally shut them down, and that is of AcidDEFIANT, and they are looking very much strong. A ridge fight, a mid to long range fight is what I can spot from myself, and some crosshairs have been aligned onto the players, and A1 Esports, they are just not letting themselves pop their head away from themselves, and just not trying to over aggress for this situation. But IPG also coming into the fight, just trying to secure some of the more kills, and from the southwestern side, they're not letting any team to come in, and I guess they have their crosshair aligned onto some more team, some more player, and that Mirado, that is looking vulnerable.
Yep, it is certainly looking vulnerable, and with that, it is AcidDEFIANT who now seem to be in a very tricky situation, because it is, of course, Dante who seems to have found a really really interesting angle, a flank angle on top of this hill, right underneath the noses of course, SACDEFIANT. Dante does take a lot of damage, but was able to, of course, dish out a lot of damage as well. He has a level 3 kit set up for himself, will be able to get that med kit set up. As he does so, sadly, this did not work into their favor because, of course, the position and the idea was to be able to get that knock, and that is when they would move on along. But SACDEFIANT is not that easy to defeat.
I mean, exactly, but Dante comes in and secures 1 kill into his number, and 2 kill is what they have been able to secure. Dante, if this nade is lobbed in, Defiant can be in a bit trouble. And look
True.
at that, the cluster is already developing on the northern side, where teams like Root Jude is already trying to make an entry. But with this, 2 teams are holding a very good compound area, and that is of AXD, and 1 team is that of NRZ. NRZ holding the area of Impala from the start of the match. This is a very good game for them.
Oh, it is now right here where we do see A1 Esports trying to take that fight against the side of SACDEFIANT. There is a lot of cluster, small little cluster where we've got these teams segregated at the edge of the zone, but the zone itself is going to be pushing on along in 30 seconds time, and that is where A1 Esports as well as SACDEFIANT need to be planning their play. Now, this is what the play has been. A1 Esports is pushing on along, will be making a wave towards the tower of Shockwave. Shockwave is trying to hold on his spot and that round, and will be able to bring down Sinister, give him a knock, and not be able to confirm that kill, but sadly, he does not have any more health and will be knocked in return. Now, this has resulted in Acid Cypher being pushed on along to create best user utility, and you will be able to dominate, mate.
Exactly, Cypher has a 1v2 situation, takes 1 down, but no, he will fall down eventually, and Sinister will be given the revival. Dante just trying to loot down those crates, and I was amazed to see the way the push came in from 2 sides, and this is what A1 Esports strategizes, and this is what best team comes out with those best strategies. But for now, it seems that Silent Cloud are not looking very good because Oxygen are very much not letting them breathe in this map, and Oxygen ES are taking a lot of damage onto the teams, and the player Silent Cloud gets eliminated, and some players are also falling prey to themselves.
Well, GG indeed is the play that we are looking at as of now. As we move on along in towards this circle itself, we are looking at Oxygen. They are outside the zone actually, but they will be able to get that rotation done hopefully in time. But if they don't, there are going to be players that will be waiting for them, along with which we also do see IPG getting into the zone from the southern side.
I mean, exactly, IPG going for a good rotation, I would say, till now, because they completely chose the southern route with the help of going down towards the area of Los Leones. But it seems that Python TS, if he doesn't get away from this vehicle, he might be burned down. And realizing the same fact, he gets away from those vehicles. And look at this blotter, 15 minutes into the game, we have seen some fights here and there, but still 13 teams are still surviving. 48 players, as I just mentioned, gets reduced to 47.
Youch is the play. Python right here is moving this shack into a home, converting the shack into a home is what I meant, and are going to be finding themselves in a comfortable position for now in the circle. But again, it is not going to be enough because they do need a compound like this. A building perhaps is going to be a better play, and RZ Esports know exactly that and are utilizing that in their favor. As we move into the zone, Oxygen has still not moved in, as well as MTM for the moment.
I mean, exactly, Oxygen still has some of the players out of zone, and I just don't understand. 2-2 is a good split, but 2 players into the zone, 2 players out of zone. Maybe they were stuck in the rotation because we just saw them pinching the players that were making a rotation from the same side, and just because of that, maybe a late rotation cannot help them in the later course of the game. And we just saw one more airdrop into the frame with MK14 in its hand. But let's head to the fight that is onto its way, where 4 axes are facing the brunt from the sides of Rude Dude. Some grenades are being exchanged onto their head, mollies are being exchanged, but still no knocks already onto its way. Fardeen and Flex just trying to gather much and much more of info, but still not able to survive, not able to get more and more info. But I just saw the player from the sides of Oxygen ES went down to the play zone.
Yep, they did. This is not looking good for Oxygen. They certainly need to be running along, gunning along, but they are not able to do so on time, and that is what has resulted in them falling short of the timing, because that's another thing that you do need to be careful of. Talking about bad intentions, Winter right here, who was seen earlier in the fight, has now moved on along into the zone itself and is finding himself at the top of this hill. kind of wanting to be the king, but as of now has not made it his as of now again. But we shall see what Border Intentions idea is. Of course, having a hill advantage certainly works in your favor, but there better be another team around you to be able to get those, knocks and kills confirmed for the points.
I mean, exactly. Just need to find themselves in a very good spot. But for now, it seems that they were just trying to witness the hill. But the team Axis is up against the players of Dude. Again, that was a fight that could have gone down via compound, but no was the answer. The team decided to take the fight towards the area of hill, where Dude is severely punished. Eventually, they fell down, but no is the answer as 4 Axis goes down. It seemed for a moment to me that Root Dude could have gone down, but a good play coming in from the sides of Root Dude and they were saved. So now look at this, the circle has gone away. The hard shift that we talk about, the RNG, the curve wall that we talk about has gone away straight away from the area of Impala. Now the team needs to come out of the compound, and the team that were in the open on the other side has an edge to win this match.
Absolutely. Team like T4MX certainly have a big advantage because they're in the center of that zone as that circle shifted. Quite a big shift, of course, but indeed were able to work out because so many of the teams, like for example, even VNM Esports, are at the edge of that zone as of now. But it is going to be in the open, and that is where things get a bit more tricky for this game, because after all, if you do not find yourself a crevice to be a part of, you do not have any cover in the open, and that is where you can be spotted out. How many utilities are you going to be able to use? As soon as you start using those utilities, it becomes a bit more tricky. But eventually bring it down to what is actually happening. It is Bad Intentions who seem to have spoiled the plans of A1 Esports for the moment.
I mean, exactly. A1 Esports just trying to gatekeep the situation, but it is a spoiler for them as Jax is knocked down this time. Sinister was the player that was knocked down in the last time the fight did pan out, but some grenades are being used from the sides of A1 Esports just in order to flush out any much damage. Sinister caught in the open, could have gone down with those help of M249, but some shots were missed, and Fardi, just because of that, just gave him that breathing space, that edge. But finally, Sinister has been taken down. 6ix9ine has been taken down with that help of Molotov. So a lot of use of utilities already in this game of Miramar.
It most certainly has been, and with that nade being popped in along, A1 Esports are not finding themselves in a good position because as of now, they have only lost one of their players. There goes another one, and Dante, what exactly are you going to be bringing to the table, mate? You have been knocked as well, and it is Bad Intentions who have spoilt and dropped in the plans of A1 Esports, because A1 Esports were in the open, but Bad Intentions certainly had the advantage of that perfect compound cover, and also their approach to it was really well put. They had a fanned out approach, and that is what you need when you go against a team like A1 Esports.
I mean, exactly, they were just outplayed is what I have to say, because they were having the compound. I'm talking about A1 Esports. They were having the zone. One team that was coming out of the zone from that blue zone, that was of Bad Intentions, but the way they pan out the fight, absolutely full credit goes to them. But now let's head towards the fight that is happening towards the center of the zone, where NRZ Esports, does they have a chance to convert this height into a chicken dinner?
Well, they certainly are going to try their level best. And with that, we've got XBET who have chimed in along as well. They are in the open. They have given away their information, but Unstoppable X is going to retaliate, but not for long. Is that going to be the case? We shall have to see, because Unstoppable have themselves fanned out. We did see them in that small little shack quite a while back, but have now finally become part of a fight. A really good fight is what they're wanting to be a part of, but apparently it is XBrothers who are going to be able to move away from that situation. And along with that, as there's our camera, we move on to Oxygen Esports, who are in a tricky situation. Again, being in the open is not favorable in this game, no matter what map.
I mean, exactly, and especially in the map of Miramar, where you don't have much to hide. If you don't have those big rocks and those compounds, you just cannot throw yourself down in the open, because you will be spotted on, because this is a barren land. And Oxygen, yes, I just don't understand the way they have tried to strategize themselves up. Coming from the western side, they have been running in for a while. Once 2 players were in the zone, 2 players went out of the zone once the zone just got away from them, but still again and again the same strategy coming in from this. I just needed at least one vehicle to traverse, and not having that is what the players are taking the most advantage of, and they are being pincered down. But NRZ Esports at this position with this height into the number, they have got a lot of information where the fight is actually happening and where they need to focus themselves up.
Absolutely. We've got 8 teams remaining. We are 21 minutes into the game. Bad Intentions are moving on along. IPG is the one that they have their crosshairs set up towards. Of course, alongside which we just saw NRG have a perfect positioning when it comes down to the King of the Hill situation and are slowly and steadily trying to convert those into some kills because the position is right. But if you have the information, we better be able to convert that into a kill. Right here, we see Bad Intentions, Stalker utilizing those perfect utilities in the name of course, smoke as well as the Molotovs and stopping IPG in their tracks and not allowing them to move about in that big compound that they are calling home for the moment. Bad Intentions, I mean, I'm loving their play, loving the strategy that they've got, and are slowly just wanting to hopefully get IPG hunkered down.
Well, exactly. The way Fard has been deployed towards the front area and rest of the two players have been left to check out and scout those back angles. If any backstabs come, this is a brilliant gameplay from their side. And just because of that, IPG just facing the brunt of it. They are just trying to fall themselves back and BIT, Bad Intentions, they are making sure that none of the players from the backhand side will be able to come, but from the same vicinity, some teams are trying to make a rotation, and it seems that though that compound on which for once Bad Intention had their eyes set upon, at which they were trying to use some of the Molotovs and some of the utilities has now been vacated, and maybe now they can flourish in the same area.
They most certainly can. When we talk about the forecast, it is XBET who seem to be leading the charts with that forecast. But for how long? Because NRC certainly seems to be not interested in looking at that forecast whatsoever at all, and are going to be stopping them in their tracks. XBET going down one after the other. Not looking too good, but NRC have a pretty good position.
I mean, exactly. They have that the top hill advantage, but all they just need to do is not let themselves getting knocked down again and again. But look at this team 4am being picked down by the sides of Bad Intentions, and the way they are using the small shack, the small compound, I would say, and those destructed vehicle. This is phenomenal game coming in from the sides of. This is a perfect example how to maximize the use of the small space that you have.
Oh, most certainly indeed. This player right here from the side of XBET, I mean, this team, they've been holding on their spot for quite some time, but sadly have not really been able to retaliate to the other teams around them. Right here, as he does try, he's being spotted out and being third-partied from that spot. Right here, we do have T4M, and this team has been the center of the zone for quite some time. They've already got 5 kills, have 2 of their players already sent back into the lobby, but are now shining and have now finally stepped up and taken on some really good fights. This team is going to bring down not only XO, but also, from the looks of it, Bad Intentions.
I mean, exactly. They have their eyes set upon Bad Intentions because this was the team that did eliminate some of the players from their side once they were trying to make an entry, and they just need to take that revenge, that revamp that they are looking forward to. But look at this XBET. The players are just not finding themselves in a very good position because they are right now constricted in the same compound, and the terrain might be difficult for all these teams once the zone goes away from them. And look at that minimap. Blotter, the zone has gone away from Bad Intentions, and some of the teams that were already in the southern half of the circle has gone in the lap of Team 4am.
It certainly has. They're only a 2-man army, therefore the forecast says that they're pretty low when it comes to the chicken dinner forecast, but eventually they have the hill advantage, and that is something that is proving pretty difficult for the side of course, XO as well as Bad Intentions to be able to retaliate against. It is not an easy spot. We still have 6 teams remaining in this, and this is turning into a pretty crazy situation because 10 seconds and we shall see the circle shift again.
Exactly, but I'm just concerned if there is no smoke deployed from the sides of Bad Intentions, there is no other way they can just go into their number. I can see already some Car 98 actions. I would really love to see if Winter shuns down the player with those help of those Car 98 shots, because still now we haven't seen any. Kapshi was the player in the game of Erangel, but that was not covered. So I would love to see some of those skull cracking actions.
Most certainly, but right here, this is going to be too close. And also, back in the shack over there, we have another team, and that is something that I was not able to spot earlier. But of course, when it comes to the fight itself, it is T4M and Bad Intentions who have been part of this fight for the longest time. Bad Intentions, though, have been able to get themselves closer and closer into the circle. Right here, as you talk about T4M, they are in the circle once again. So they are looking pretty comfortable. They've spotted Python as well and are trying to bring them down. Bad Intention so very close to EXO. Are they going to be able to retaliate and bring them down first, or will T4M get a better advantage because they're on the hill? We shall have to see. But for now, they're playing it slow and they are playing it low key, so that is working for this team. Also, the cover of that Jeep is just perfectly working for T4M.
But look at this, Bad Intention has drawn so much of heat in that moment that they are receiving so much of shots from the right hand side. Some teams were able to take them down. On the left hand side, they have to be very much cautious because one team that is of XBET that have their eyes set upon them, and from the right hand side, some teams were already dealing a lot of damage. And once if both of the teams they find themselves away from this, there is one team that is sitting on that hill, and this can be a thing where Bad Intention can be stuck. But we have seen Bad Intention coming out from all these tough and tough situations, and maybe they can give a very tough fight to all these teams out there.
Exactly. For a moment, I honestly thought that IPG right behind Bad Intentions positioning would be able to push on along and get a better half of this fight and be able to get Bad Intentions sandwiched. But interestingly enough, has not been the case. They are still a three-man army, slowly and steadily, certainly moving on along. And along with that, T4M have moved their crosses towards the side of Python for quite some time now. They're just patiently waiting to be able to get that. Oh, with that, what a perfect play coming in from Python.
Exactly, you just cannot afford to find yourself up in the open, thrown down. Some players will take you down from some another angle, but Bad Intentions getting some serious damage, but no his answer. Scholar comes in with the help of M416 spray, a brilliant spray coming in, and now is the time, a third party situation, realizing the situation, sensing the thing, IPG going for the third party, two players from their side. Can this be a chicken dinner for themselves? Because there is a lot of team in this small cluster, and the terrain is making it all difficult. The terrain is making it all worse for all the teams, but the best part for them is that IPG is in the center.
That is so very true. IPG have finally made their stance and made it count, because they are now getting those kills for themselves. So is Bad Intentions. Python has been eliminated. We've got 5 teams remaining. Bad Intentions have also lost 1 more player, so they've only got 2 more players remaining. That's Stalker and Winter. Well, as I say, so Caster's curse, I guess it is, and Winter has been knocked. Thankfully, XBET, they are in the crosshair, but no! What a play coming in from XBET. They are going to be able to get that perfect play against the side of Bad Intentions.
Exactly, and with the blink of eye, they have been eliminated. Bad Intentions, it was a Tata bye-bye for them in this match. But look at this, Team 4M still surviving, but I guess they will be trying to take themselves out. But one player that will be taken down, and the kill goes, I guess, into the name of IPG. So a kill that could have gone into the name of XBrothers, but I would say that was challenged by the players of IPG.
Absolutely, was it was stolen away in the last few moments. The next brothers are now going to be hunkered down and have been sent back into the lobby. No two ways about it. And with that, T4M, Spidey is the one who was the final man surviving for the team. But nope, he's gone. He is gone. What a quick ending to that game that was.
Yes,
I mean, right? Wow.
So Team 4M taking XBrothers down, and IPG was still surviving out there. In this situation, I guess it was IPG that got the best out of the situation. A brilliant gameplay coming in from all these teams. I'm just amazed the way at that small space, 5 to 6 teams, 14 to 15 players was still surviving.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I mean, that's the kind of play that you want to be able to see. That's the kind of, final circle that you want to be able to see. And exactly. That is just what Miramar gave us. With that, as you move on to the MVP, it is Stalker from Bad Intentions, who is going to be the MVP for the game with 4 kills, 1009 damage. Wow. And 4 assists as well. Beautiful turn of events. I mean, that is some amazing stats for the lad.
And I guess he was the same player that at one point when his player was being pinched down, he came to rescue. But XBrothers grenades and XBrothers onslaught was the one thing that put him down. And 4 kills is not actually defining and justifying what he has been able to secure from the 1009 damage. Perfect play coming in for the side of course, Bad Intentions right here. And Bad Intention X has been able to walk away with some decent points, I believe. Along with that, as we move on towards the top 4 players, it is of course going to be Stalker right there, where we did see him with 1009 damage that he was able to dish out. Alongside XBrothers VNM is here with 4 kills and 602 damage. So XBrothers play in that final few moments was so very cheeky. We still had 5 to 6 teams remaining, and they were just stuck
in that track, not making any noise, not being a part of the fight, nothing at all, till the final few
Exactly.
teams. What a perfect play.
They were just waiting the way the snakes wait, and that's why they spit the venom at the right time. And XBeT's Venom coming up with a good game for himself. And the players from the sides of one more team I would like to mention that was on the third and the fourth position were able to secure a very good number of kills and total of damage. And with this, we are straight away heading towards the match summary, where Venom, we have seen this player securing most number of kill, and that was of 4. Bamboo from the sides of Team 4AM. So this is the team that had that circle, that had the compound, that had that hill sort of thing, but still not
Yep.
able to capitalize and not make into that chicken dinner. So I was a bit disappointed from them.
Well, as soon as that circle shifted northern and then again north, it was T4MX that was just in the center of that zone, and they had already found that small little hill for themselves. And I mean, they were in contestation. They had been waiting there, so they knew exactly where the teams were entering from. They knew behind them they had such a massive hill that nobody could climb, anyways. So
Exactly.
it was a really good positioning from their side. They had the information as well. They were only a two-man army, but held that ground till the final fight.
Until the teams on the sides of the players on the sides of Python started taking them down again and again, one by one. But final player was still surviving, and then he took down the players on the sides of XBeTrs, and XBeTrs got the chicken dinner. And the surprising thing coming up in this game 5, day 1.
What a massive turn of events. 22 points to this team. Cheeky play, as I was saying, but a phenomenal turn of events and turned it into a dominating play with those 7 kills, of course, and 22 points that they walk away with. Bad intentions right there on the 4th spot. IPG on 3rd and T4MX on the 2nd. Beautiful. A1 Esports, though, well, they were caught off guard, I would say, sadly.
Exactly, but some teams that did miss up the mark in this game that were of Silent Cloud, TRZ Extreme 1 and AcidDEFIANT, and these are teams that were eliminated in this very first half of the game and the very early stage of the game where they was trying to make a rotation and they were caught in the open. Some were being gatekeep, but nevertheless don't need to worry because we still have the one game left. And some teams, as we just mentioned, we have talked about this, that some teams need that at least 1 or 2 game to set in the groove, and just need to test the water, that how deep it is.
Absolutely, and that is something that SADefiant, because again, I mean, when you talk about the play itself, SADefiant, we did see them be a part of a couple of fights. They tried, that is good, but was sadly not able to get those points. Now, right here, T4MX is the one that was able to stop TRZ Extreme as well, and then they moved on along with that rotation, and finally did move on into the final few moments of that fight. Now, A1 Dante was, again, I mean, this was the fight that we were talking about. SADefiant did try and hold that ground for quite some time, but sadly it was, of course, A1 Esports that they were going against.
Exactly, A1 Esports did caught them off guard, and I was surprised to see because in a long range fight, 2 players were shut down. So in a long range fight, if you are losing more than at least 1 or 2 players, so this is a fight that you lost at the same point, because in a close range fight I can understand one player can fall down at any point, but in a long range fight the revival was not there. 2 player fell down, AcidDEFIANT already was brought down to 2 players, and that multiple direction push coming in from the sides of A1 Esports, they were emerging strong. But NRZ Esports also making a mark in this games. It seemed that XBeTrs were on the receiving end, but they beautifully carved out their match from that position.
They most certainly did, and this is where T4MX had lost one more of their players. Thus, only one final member was surviving. Right here, Bad Intentions tried their level best to be able to take on EXO, but eventually they did do so, thanks to, of course, IPG as well, because there were a little bit of a skill, exactly, there you go, kill stealing that was happening over there. But as this moved on along, I mean, Bad Intentions, they did play to their bestest, but eventually the gameplay was just too much for them to stand.
I mean, exactly, it was just too much, and finally a chicken dinner going into their name. But the overall ranking, it seems that is pretty much still settled. It's still the same after this one game for this Group C and D, with 7C Esports topping the chart with total of 73 points. Falling then next was Kings of VD. So we have seen these players, seen this team flourishing them in that 4 game, but I'm still waiting to see the second half of the chart. Is there any turn around? Is there any shift? Is any team that is coming into the fame? And yes, it is XBeTrs with that chicken dinner, total of 22 points straight away into the mark, and lot of one game is still left.
Yep, exactly. I mean, just one game, XBrothers have found themselves on the second page of the leaderboard, and that is just phenomenal turn of events. And not only XBrothers, right? Because there were other teams as well who
Exactly.
were part of that second page. So really beautifully done from these sides. But as we move on along, of course, DoD, BhaiBrother, BFS have been brought on down and not looking too good because again, the kind of points that they've accumulated for themselves, 12 points for BhaiBrother, BFS looking at 9 points, DoD looking at 13 points. Lobby C&D, these teams are actually looking pretty good to be able to dominate.
Exactly. Also, A1 Esports look pretty much confident, look pretty much dominant. The way they reduced the numbers of AcidDEFIANT, maybe there was a turn-off event and they were caught in the open, and just because of that they were eliminated. But I'm sure that A1 Esports and maybe Oxygen ES will also be just trying to make a rotation, an early rotation. If I talk about the rotation, Oxygen ES, they did make a late rotation in the map of Miramar, and they have paid a very hefty price for that.
Oh, yes, they have. There's no two ways about it. Again, though, as you did perfectly mention, Ankit, this is just first game, right? For Group C and D, just game number 1 is done for them. They've still got one more game remaining on the map of Erangel, where we can maybe see a bit of a different turn of events from the teams, like, for example, A1 Esports. That is something that they will hopefully be able to shine in, alongside which, let's also keep our fingers crossed and see how far a leap is XBrothers going to be able to make. I mean, this time around, the Shiki play worked out perfectly for them. But will that be the case in the upcoming final game of the day? Oh, I guess only time will tell for the moment.
I guess that's a question that's still hovering in my mind and also in the minds of audience that have chimed in. But what a gameplay coming in the game of Miramar. I literally didn't expect this match to go this haywire, this down close, and to the game of Miramar. I expected a bit of slow start. There was a slow start, but there were some cheeky fights here and there. Fights were being taken down, players were being reduced, teams were being reduced, but that last circle, that chaos.
Yep.
That was impressive.
It was perfect. It was absolutely perfect to be a part of. With that, we are going to go on a very short break, after which is going to be game number 6, the final game of the day. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. Thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen once again. Hashtag Vook up your fun. 5 games are done. One final game remains. There was a lot of expectation from Group C and D, Ankit. Dare I say it, A1 Esports was the one that everybody was waiting for. Sadly,
Yeah.
not the kind of start that anybody anticipated.
I mean, the thing that we just witnessed in the 4 matches of the day, the same thing happened in this match also, where XBrothers did shine up and did secure the chicken dinner. This is the schedule for the day. Pretty much we are done for the day except the last game. The last game, ladies and gentlemen, for Group C and D, and that will be off Erangel in a moment.
Hashtag be the one, A1. That's all that's remaining. I'm in chat. Go right ahead, showcase that love. Yes, the first game did not pan out the way A1 Esports expected, I'm sure. But overall, just do not go falter down, because that is what this team does. They learn from their mistakes and then they come on and do better. And that is what I am hoping and keeping my fingers crossed. Also another thing I want to see is XBrothers. How big a leap are they going to make? They got 22 points and are at the 10th position overall. So maybe if this game goes well for them, we could very well see this team be in the top 8 positions as well.
I mean, exactly. This is the thing that we've been talking about. A good game again from them side, and that is pretty much possible because this is the game of Erangel, and this is where the best, the team put their best feet forward. And guess what? If the zone goes towards them again, towards the team that have done well in the first match for Group C and Group D, they can certainly have a good chance in topping that chart in the top 8. But for now, the flight path is on its way from the built-up power region to the Primorsk area, and I just want a military circle. Just want a military circle. Enough of
That
the
would be
land
neat.
area, just want a military circle.
Or how about a zone which is going to move on down towards the bridges from the military to the main island? A
I
bridge.
mean,
That is also another interesting circle that I absolutely do adore. But with that, talking about the teams themselves and their locations, we are looking at military being taken over by IPG, the only team that have decided to go down towards Novorupnoi. And with that, we've got the first circle, and this is going to be a default one, I would say.
I mean, exactly. Pretty much on the same side, the way we just saw that first circle of the day in the game of Erangel. Pretty much the same. But teams are the
Right.
different. But let's see how these teams are going to pan out their approach and find themselves in a spot. But for now, it's most of the teammates are in the circle, apart from some of the teams that have gone down to the extreme eastern side towards the area eastern of Gatka and towards the eastern side of Query. I'm talking about Team Oxygen ESO. In the last game, a rotation was a thing that they lagged upon. In this game, they still needs to make a rotation because there are a lot of team towards the area of School, Rozok and Puchinki. So among them, they have to fight out, and I can already see some fight maybe erupting towards the area of
Oh, yes.
6 houses or so.
It is. It certainly is. We have one player already down. That's going to be Dexter. And A1 Esports, as well as XBrothers and Bad Intentions, were taking on some shots. And it is A1 Esports who have been able to bring down Dexter. And beautiful turn of wins right off the bat. In the first 2 minutes itself, we were looking at a lot of skirmishes. Now, let's see where exactly is the entirety of the team that the shots were fired upon when it comes down to A1 Esports' play. Looking pretty good. Looking really good start for Mortem. Seem a little stuck there.
I mean, what sort of strategy was that? Because Mortem ES team that didn't have a good match in the very first match for the day in the game of Miramar, it was okay, but I guess maybe there was a bit of cheeky play from their side because three of the players are in the area of Pachinki, and one player towards the side where A1 Esports have their default drop location. The challenge that was put in front of A1 Esports have been completely shut down, and Mortem Esports already in the very first half of the game, just the 3 minute 28 seconds brought down to 3 players.
An absolutely sad story indeed right over there for the side of Mortem, but hopefully things will change as they play on along, because many times we've seen even a one-man army can be the one who will move on and be the one that moves the team into the top 2, top 3 positions. And that, of course, gives you a lot of points. Placement points also do matter. Now, with that, taking the conversation back towards Oxygen ES, right? You were pointing it out. I was also genuinely looking at the team making that rotation towards the western side of Quarry, and was genuinely left scratching my head that where exactly are they going? Well, they found their vehicle and now are making a long way approach. With that, we have T4M out in the open, trying to get away from rude dudes.
So Rude Dude, according to the name, they are just living up to the expectation and living up to the name. Rude Dudes also took fight in the very first half of the game when they were fighting in the game of Miramar in this same match. That means this team is not shying away to take any fight if any player is being spotted. Bamboo just going for the revival. This can be a cheeky one. Smoke was being deployed, but he will go on so as unstoppable, and the players that are just trying to rotate towards the area of Water 3. So already a lot of movement can be spotted towards the area of Rozhawk and Scoot. But guess what? A knock has been already down. It was a brilliant spray coming in from the sides of Claw. Unstoppable. The team is looking really unstoppable.
It certainly is looking phenomenal because, again, I mean, that was a pretty distant spray coming in from the side.
And with just a red dot.
Right, what a perfect precision. Absolute perfect precision from the dude. But again, this is the start to what this final game of the day is going to be bringing to the table. We're only 5 minutes in. Only 5 minutes in, and everywhere you look, there are fights taking place. Rude dudes are just giving a rude awakening to the entire lobby. Wherever they go, you've got XBET somewhere along in the lobby that I've not yet noticed, but that is also a team that I am going to keep my fingers out for, or rather pointing towards. But talking about the circle itself, the circle is going to be making a shift, and that is where Oxygen, they are out, but hopefully they should be able to get away because they do have vehicles at least this time around, so they should be able to get themselves in the zone. Talking about A1 Esports, A1 has a fanned out approach from the looks of it. Two players were very close to the And with that, we've got Silent Cloud. We just lost a thought over there, just a brain freeze a little bit. But along with that, we move on into the conversation with Silent Cloud, who is pretty busy getting their loot separated and segregated for the moment. And again, I mean, Ankit, when it comes down to the team that you are wanting to keep an eye out for, which one would it be, mate?
First of all, it will be no blinder. It will be Oxygen, yes, because in the last game, they were looking promising. They were taking the fight. All they did wrong was that late rotation. Now is the time that they again are thrown with a challenge that they need to make a rotation, and if they make a successful rotation, it will be an equalizer from their side if they make so. But apart from that, XBET will also be a team that I'll have my eyes set upon. Rude Dude is also a team that I'll be looking up for because this is looking a very aggressive team, and any team that plays with these strategies, just some of those strategized gameplay, if the IGL gets the right call, you already have that firepower in your bag. So yes,
absolutely. I mean, Rude Dudes last time also, they were looking pretty phenomenal, and hopefully this time around they'll be able to get a better half for themselves. Talking about Silent Cloud, this team, again, for now we are looking at the team who is just going to be hopefully maintaining a decent position and placement for themselves. Walking away with a decent amount of points is what I'm basically keeping my eyes out towards, because last time Silent Cloud walked away with just that one kill, and that was it. AcidDEFIANT did not even get that, sadly. So this time around, both these teams that we've got on our screens should be able to take a good fight, wherein they should get trades but should be able to get points. But it seems that's not going to happen. AcidDEFIANT is just going to run away from this fight altogether.
exactly. The moment I saw AcidDEFIANT in the same compound closing in, my eyes just got lit, because in the last match it was a semi to long distance fight between A1 Esports. Two players were being reduced. Now is the time that can we see some strategy change, a shift in strategies. This time there was an option to fall back, and AcidDEFIANT as usual. So it seems that some teams are going for that aggressive approach in the first half of the game already, and some teams, if they find their opponents in the same radar, in the same vicinity, in the same neighborhood, they are just trying to fall back. And this is a very good strategy. So teams play with different strategies. It's all comes down to which helps you in grabbing those points, because at the end of the day, the points in any form, be it with a kill, be it with the placement points, is all what that matters.
Absolutely, and with that, we were talking about Oxygen. They have made a rotation, thankfully, this time around, and will find themselves in the zone. So that is looking pretty good. All the teams are inside the zone itself, and the zone itself is getting really clustered when you talk about the center of the zone, because all the teams are so very close right next to each other that any moment now, this is going to turn into a battlefield, which it is, of course, anyways. But we are not really looking at too many kills as of now. We've only got 2 kills, one from A1 Esports and the other one from Unstoppable X.
I mean, exactly the same thing just happened. Root Dude again, just trying to scout on the players and just trying to spot out the players. Unstoppable is using that ditch that is in the front of that mansion main building, and that ditch can be helpful until and unless a player or a team just tries to make a slam in, because that is a completely open area and you just have not got anything apart from that dip to hide yourself away from that. But with this, towards the area of Rozok, we'll be heading towards our conversation and our fights as MK14 is in that drop. And we just saw that buggy being flipped. So some amazing skills and the display of skills by gun and also with the help of those vehicles being shown down.
Well. Rude Dudes right here have a lot of information. Unstoppable X has been given away that information for quite some time, but Flex is just not interested in taking that fight. He finally does and decides to not really do much about that, because I mean, if that was a spray, that was a lousy spray, but if that was not supposed to be a spray, then what exactly was it? I do not know. But move the conversation towards the other tangent. They did also have in their crosshairs AcidDEFIANT as well. So Rude Dudes, they are getting a lot of information, and that's probably going to work into their favor.
Ooh, and guess what? Bad intentions
Bad
already into the
intentions.
fight and taking down AcidDEFIANT's players one by one, and player has been instantly finished off and 3 players shut down. So this is a thing that AcidDEFIANT needs to really work on, and if there is any moment, any other chance to fall back, this will be a good chance because they have already lost 1 player, and this is the thing that BIT, that is bad intentions, knows, and their intentions look clear, pretty strong, but it seems that some other fights are also breaking in on the other side of the map.
They most certainly are. Bad Intentions is not going to let AcidDEFIANT run away from this position, but also keeping in mind that AcidDEFIANT, they have not given away all of their players' positioning. So Bad Intention know that there is one player that is going to be Skull, but Cypher is very close over there, and that is going to be the X factor that Cypher, or from the side of AcidDEFIANT, they could very well convert that into a play. But will this work out for his side? Because he has given away the information, and this is not looking good.
I mean, over-aggression is one thing that Bad Intentions did, and they have been severely punished. 1 player was brought down, 2 player was brought down, but Cypher, it is on its shoulder as Bot Skull. I guess he's just giving the revival at the moment. If the grenade is lobbed in properly from their side, he can do some damage, but no is the answer as Stalker again coming into the fight, just trying to pick out some knock. And Stalker in the last match also, Blotter, we just saw him rescuing his teammates. In this game also, he is the real savior for the team.
Oh, he most certainly is. And also in the kill feed, I saw Rude Dudes step into the fight as well. Yep, there we go. DoD Esports has their crosshairs set up towards the side of Rude Dude. And this is not looking good because Rude Dudes have given away a lot of the information. We've got 1 player up on top who seems to be stuck. Oh no, that was just an animation that he was in. But move that thought away towards the other players who have also given away that information to Dante. And he knows exactly the house and the floor that they're on. And that is something that could be the play that DoD Esports was waiting for. They started off with a pretty neat start with 1 kill confirmed for themselves, but now in this, as you say, Ankit, a long stretched fight, we shall have to see if DoD Esports is going to push on along or not.
I mean, look at that cluster that has already developed. On the western side, the map is completely occupied, but there is a big contrast. And in this contrast, Oxygen ES has a very good chance. If they try to make a rotation from the southern side of Mansion or maybe towards the area of Prison, they can have a very good control. But with this, some tier players are also already engulfing themselves in the fight. But look at this, Bad Intentions, realizing this fact, they are also gonna follow the same path, the same rotation that Oxygen ES are gonna do, and XBET also. So these are the reason that these teams segregate themselves away from them, and they secure more and more points. Eventually, I can see maybe Bad Intentions can go into the blue and also make a longer rotation just to be on the safer side.
Absolutely. That's another thing that I was also thinking about that they could and would probably do. But also looking at so many of the teams. I mean, we're talking about teams in the northern side making that rotation in the south as well of the circle. We saw exactly the same strategy. We saw teams like 40M that was doing T4M that was doing the exact same sort of rotation. And even Esports is stuck on this fight. They do want to be able to take this fight, and they do, but it is not looking good because Dante gets 1 confirmed knock, but on the other side, DoD Esports also do get knocked by themselves.
So what exactly? So what all I can see is Root 2 Nahar and split, 3-1 split. 3 players are onto the same ground, onto the hill, and just because of that same split, one player is so much isolated. And yes, this is the time Root Dude ES is just trying to make an entry. Runs down Dante. He has been run down. 6-9 goes down. Dante goes down. Sinister Jack still surviving. A grenade is popped out. If this connects, this can be detrimental. But he is far away. He has dealt some of the damage, but the players from the sides of Root Dude has aligned themselves in a way that they can still counter this fight. The best part for A1 Esports will be that the all 4 player will be on their feet, and this then will be a fight that can go down against the number, because 3 players versus 4 players from the sides of A1 Esports.
Exactly, that could have been the case, but it seems like Root Dudes are going to be walking away from this fight. It seems they are going to just get themselves healed and run away. Exactly, but Jax is not going to allow that. No is the answer to that, mate. He is just going to bring you down, and that is exactly what it turned out to be. Now, with that, it is going to be Duru, who is also at the receiving end. Sadly, I mean, A1 Esports, yes, they have a knock, which is going to be Sinister's knocked, but eventually he will be revived because all the players are there, and Root Dudes have just been given their own medicine.
Exactly. I just love the way A1 Esports first fell down, then just revived, they just relocated, and Jax, the left flank, made it all difference. And Rudude, they were just not expecting it, they were just not waiting, and they just didn't expect that A1 Esports can come up with all those same approach. And this is what all A1 Esports have it for you. 4 kills already onto the name in the 15 minutes of the game, coming in into the zone. They are looking pretty much strong, but 4 axis, they are also trying to cut off the rotations of some more teams, but they have to go into the zone, and that will be 400 meter. And I'm sure that these lumberjack areas, these woodcutter areas, are actually a not good place to traverse with. So they need to just find some another area, another place from where they can make a safe passage, a safe entry into the white.
Absolutely, that is going to be the main thing that so many of these teams are going to try and work towards. When you talk about the circle itself, we've got 20 more seconds, and yep, there you go. 333 meters is what A1 Esports has to now go for. And as they do make that, wait, why did they leave Jax? No, no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Maybe
so
he
they
just
are gonna
wanted
be
to
making
drive
that-
out the car. Maybe
Yeah.
he just wanted to have his hand on the driving seat. So some bit of banter
Perhaps.
going into the sides. Yeah.
But when we talk about the circle itself, we've got the 4th circle going to be chiming in along 17 minutes into the game. It has been an interesting one where so many teams are so close to each other, but it is not looking like all the teams are taking fights, because right here, A1 Esports, as they were trying to make that rotation, NRZ have stopped them in their tracks. Sinister is the one who has been knocked, but A1 Esports is going to be ready, and Nante is the one who will retaliate or bring him down Sinister, but he has taken a lot of damage as well. 2 players not looking good. Sinister has already been knocked. Dante goes down into the shelter region to be able to get that revival done for himself, and NRZ, they are looking pretty much comfortable. They have not really taken that much of damage, and they are still wanting to take this fight and be able to convert it into, well, some wonderful points.
I mean, exactly the way Dante just knocked down one player, he was able to buy out some much more time. And just because of that, NRZ one player, that is Leviathan, is very much close to them. And Dante has heard his footstep. If this nade connects, he can be knocked down. And this can be a very bad position, a very bad move from their sides. And he needs to be careful, because on the left-hand side, NRZ's players have made a flank, and not realizing this fact can be one thing where he can go down. But still, Dante is a player that knows his surrounding, that knows his opponents well, and he's just not over-aggressing and realizing the fact a cover fire is being given from their side. And RZ's players still 4 men strong. There is no kill already onto the number, but they were looking to take up the fight. But then again, it was A1 Esports, a big name. You just cannot shut down with all those tricks.
Absolutely. Now we move on to another fight that's taken place where Python and, well, interesting. Okay. Well. I genuinely thought that should have been a nade, but it seems Python
Unstoppable.
was covered up. Right. That's what. Unstoppable should have thrown a nade, but he somehow decided to go with the smoke and has now paid a hefty price with his life. Ouch.
Exactly. Gone in a whisker, gone in a blind, and just a blink of an eye. In a whisker, he has been thrown out of the lobby, and RZ Esports just trying to make a rotation here and there. 3-4 buggies I can already see, but they are still waiting for A1 Esports. If they come out for their side, That's what only I can guess what they are just trying to strategize. But A1 Esports, once they come out from this side, they will be facing the brunt of Team 4AM. Are they ready for this? That's a big question, and things are gonna get interesting from here.
Well, A1 Esports so close to the zone, so close to the circle, but have been hunkered down in the shelter, and well, they're basically taking shelter from from the fights that are going on around them. There's nothing much that they can do because with whatever exit they decide to go on, there are teams waiting for them, and this is going to be a tough luck situation for A1 Esports. We shall have to see how it turns out to be. But eventually, I mean, Team 4M, do they know? Are they even prepped and ready? Oh no, they do not. As the loser just went in there to be able to get his vehicle out, he was damaged, and A1 Esports, Sinister, and they are all pushing on along.
Exactly, but they have heard the footsteps. They were trying to make a rotation. They were retreating from their side. But I guess they did some wrong calls. They could have taken the players down, but Dante falls down, Sinister falls down, and one by one players are going down. But Team 4AM, they just could have lobbied some of the grenades and just could have blocked this entry and his exit. And this could have been a game end. But from surviving all these thicks and things, come what may, A1 Esports always emerges victorious. But still, the time is there. They just need to survive. They just need to realize the fact that one player was down, two players are now being revived, and I guess they have lost some of the precious time as Bamboo still has their crosshairs set upon from some another angle.
Yep, there's a flank angle being created. A1 Esports is not looking too good. They've already been Molotoved upon, and the exit has now been hunkered down. And well, there you go. Dante has been knocked, and this is not looking good for A1 Esports overall, because now they, of course, had that perfect advantage because Team 4M did not know that there was a team pushing on along, but now they do, and now they will not let them go.
Exactly, a grenade again puts down Spidey on its knees, and it's all down to Loser and LR8. And now the time, with the help of Smoke, trying to make a push in, takes one down, takes one more down, and 6-9 doing some real damage, takes LR8 down from Bamboo from the backhand sides, makes the most of it, and I guess it can be a game end for A1 Esports, and yes, it is. So this is what a perfect example and a perfect gameplay of how a flank angle, a flank created from one side can help you pincer your enemy down.
Yeah, ouch moment indeed. Last time they walked away with 5 points. This time they've got 4 kills. 11th position as they go out 2. So not looking too good as far as the points are concerned for the side of A1 Esports. On the other tangent, talk about T4M. Well, they did hold that ground pretty strong, and well, they did come out victorious, even though they're only a 2-man army now. Spidey is still knocked, but hopefully we'll be able to get that revival done, and they'll be able to get away from that situation. Ooh, I spoke to negative. There's another caster's curse, and T4M has been knocked and sent back into the lobby, thanks to NRC.
I mean, exactly, all courtesy to NRZ, but look at this. Oxygen ES again making a rotation, but now they have made a rotation. Now, if you are making a rotation, you need to make sure that once you make an entry, you don't give much of sound cue and you use your utilities well. But there were some mistakes from their side as Goblin was taken down, and one more player goes down, and now it's all upon to 2 more players that are surviving from their side, and it's looking very difficult because on the right hand side one player is pincering them down again and again, and from the left hand side one team is already there to welcome them. But in all these fights, XBET is just finding themselves and flourishing in some another part of the map.
Absolutely, they had 2 kills, and now with the kill feed just showing another kill, they've got 3 kills confirmed for themselves. XBrothers are slowly moving on along with a decent pace. When it comes to the forecast itself, NRZ is at a better position at almost 19.85 based on the number of players surviving, I'm guessing, and that is going to be a conversation that we shall see later on. But for now, as we move on to XBET to try and get into the zone along with the attention, this is not looking good.
I mean, this is not the way. You just cannot move in this small circle, and even if you have M249, there are still players that can find yourself off guard, and just because of that, T-Maxes gets eliminated. Now XBET, they have a chance, a very good chance. They are in that circle, I guess, and they are just trying to create those artificial covers with the help of those smokes and demolishing all those vehicles. Can they survive is an answer that this is the question that will be answered in a minute or so by Silent Cloud, with 3 players still surviving, coming in from the northern and the western side. They are in a split, so this can be a good thing. If we look at that minimap, one player can backstab all those players that are coming from the northern side if they have no idea of what about, and the teams that are on the western side have the edge of that zone and they can enjoy that privilege. But with that, in a blink of an eye, NRZ Esports also gets eliminated.
Well, the forecast suddenly changed, and it is IPG who is going to be the one looking to defy the predictions altogether, because they are a four-man army. 7 defeats to this team. That's basically 7 points. Easy. And along with that, we only have these 3 teams remaining. We've got XBET, 2 players surviving over there, along with I think only 1 player surviving. So this is not going to be an easy fight for the side of these 2 teams, because IPG have all 4 members.
I mean, exactly, 4 members with those utilities and with those Molotovs can really prove detrimental. But Silent Cloud, I can already see 2 players in the same vicinity and can really put some damage. Eventually, there were 3 players before Sparrow went down, and IPG just making a chaos in this 6 zone. 7 meter is what the players from the sides of IST has to come into zone, and bandage won't be applied onto his body, and he will fall down. And it seems that IPG Dictator knows the exact position, and that kill will be denied and will be given to the zone. But look at the way IPG has gone down. Now it's down to 2 teams and 5 players, where it's the sole player surviving from the sides of Silent Cloud. And IPG, I guess they have sensed the chicken dinner at this point.
They most certainly have. There's nothing hope that they can expect to stop them. But again, maybe the X factor would be Kobalish. No, it will not be. It is going to be the team with all 4 members alive. That was not predicted by the prediction aspect of our stats. But yes, that is it. IPGX taking 10 kills, 25 points to this team.
I mean, exactly, 10 kills and over 25 points. Damage of, look at that, 2,418. I guess this is the highest damage for the day for any team.
Oh yes.
Maybe
And
any team, and yeah.
they move on to the overall first page.
Exactly.
With 6th position.
I mean, exactly,
Perfect
this is
play.
the way they have played, and I guess none of us wondered, none of us imagined that just a good gameplay in this match can help them secure a good lead. And this is what consistency helps you.
Absolutely. With that, we've got Mahfouz right here, Mahfouz by T, being the MVP for the team. Only 2 kills, but 964 damage and 3 assists. So that does apply all the perfect stats for him and his team, because he's a team member is what this thing showcases, right? And with 172 healing done, he is the most valuable player coming in from this game. Though talking about this game itself, kind of feel sad and bad about A1 Esports. The way they were just pushed into the shelter from one side to the other. It was like a mouse cat chase. That was just never going to work out for them, sadly. But yeah, T4M played it to perfection, I would say, in that fight.
I mean, exactly, the way they just pan out this match was absolutely phenomenal. And you were just mentioning they went for the bunker approach. It was a moment there where I thought that the opposition teammates haven't heard until and unless they just spotted down that yes, some players are coming in, and they just decided not to allow them to come out from that entry or exit, whatever you say, entry for the teammates that were trying to go, and exit from A1 Esports, where it was a graveyard situation for them.
It was certainly. With that, we've got in the top 4 players, 3 players coming in from IPG. And as we move on to the match summary, it is Bad Intentions Winter with the highest kill, 4 kills for this lad. Mahfouz by T with 964 damage, as we had seen in the MVP count as well. But right here in the match summary, we do have Bad Intentions 3 players, right? Stalker as well as
Exactly.
Counter.
Exactly, and we can already see Bad Intentions securing 14 points, and all courtesies to all the players that is featured in that match summary. So this is what if a team play comes into your favor. And Silent Cloud also, they didn't have a good outing in the game of Miramar, but in this game, when they had the chance, they have a bit of decent kills. 6 kills is what they have been able to secure, but a total of 18 points will help up shoot up their number. But AcidDEFIANT, again, not a good game for themselves, and they were just not able to secure any single point from this match.
That was sad state of affair indeed for the side of AcidDEFIANT. I mean, they were so very close to be able to take that fight against Silent Cloud, but they decided not to. And as they made that rotation, an ouch moment is what they found themselves as they tried to do so. But talking about A1 Esports, they're stuck in an ouch moment as well. Once again, on the 9th spot with 5 points, so 10 points in total to that team. But before we talk about overall standings, let's move on with the Oppo Fanning Pro moments.
And exactly, these are the moments that brings the memory afresh, and that was a red dot spray. That was a knock and a finish. Eventually, it was finished for me for the day. And after this, we just head towards the fight that went around to the area of Shelter and around where A1 Esports were once pinched down by the sides of Root Dude, but when they were strong with all those 4 members back on their feet, Jack's left flank angle made it all difference.
It made a humongous difference indeed. And with that, when it comes down to this fight, I mean, this I did not understand. This was a smoke thrown from the lad of Unstop, and why? Why was that even the case? No idea at all. But right here, I mean, you have to give credit to the courage that A1 Esports showcased. You know, they smoked and then they just rushed through. They were able to bring 3 of the players down, but the flank angle that was created from the final player of T4M was the one reason that A1 Esports was not able to walk away from that shelter.
Exactly, that was flank angle brings this to surprise to you because you expect players to be at a certain angle and then you get shot from some another angle which you are really not aware of and not ready of, and at that moment you just need to work on your reflexes, and at that point the team that was creating that flank angle had the better of. But with that, we are straight away heading towards the overall ranking post game 6, and my eyes again set upon to IPGX. Team IPGX, just the 2 match straight away, not just in the top 8 but at the 6th spot with total of 41 points.
16 kills is what this team has. This perfect turn of events for this team. And again, I mean, tomorrow when we come back with day number 2, again, Group C and D rather, are the ones who are going to be starting the day off with the remaining 2 matches that they have to play. So we can expect IPG to really move up this ladder as well with this sort of performance in just 2 games. This is going to be a complete different turn of events when it comes to day 2. But as we move on along to the next page, let's see how close have these teams gotten. Wow, XBET is on the 9th. I mean, Bad Intentions right there, XBET right there. Group C and D have showcased some perfect play.
I mean, exactly the way Group A and B had their match in the 4 game. My head was blown off. I didn't expect these matches, these lads to find themselves up, but the way Group C and D played, that was just impeccable. Just in 2 games, just imagine, some of the teams are already in the top 16. So how competitive this lobby is gonna be once when we head towards tomorrow's day, when more matches will be played between Group A, B, C and D.
Absolutely, that is what is going to happen tomorrow. But right now, as you look onto the overall ranking, you've got 21st position being held on by A1 Esports as of now. Consistency being showcased in a different manner because last game they got 4 kills, 1 placement point. This game also they got 4 kills and 1 placement point. So okay, so that's the consistency, but I'm sure they're going to bring in a different level of consistency tomorrow as far as the placement points and the kill department is concerned, and hoping the same for AcidDEFIANT as well.
Exactly, AcidDEFIANT. I mean, they haven't been able to secure a single point, not even in form of kill, not even in form of placement points. So this is what he just need to work on, because at the end of the day, 24 teams will be aggressing, so just need to find themselves in the top 3 of the chart eventually, because if you get segregated in terms of point and in terms of overall point at the early start of the game, then it's very tough to make a comeback.
It certainly is. And again, I mean, these groups are still trying to understand their play. This is just day number 1 coming to an end. But along with that, these teams that have played, all the teams and all the groups that have played today, they're going to go back to the stream and they're going to witness exactly what went wrong and what went right when it comes down to their homework, right? This is where the actual sort of meeting, I guess, is the best word I can think of right now. That'll start amongst the teams themselves. That all right, so my opponent team is doing this, and this is their strategy in the 4 games that they played, and so on and so forth. So tomorrow onwards, it's going to get that much more of a hodgepodge when it comes to every single team in the lobby, because they will know what to expect based on the rotation, based on the drops, and eventually based on who they are going to be fighting up against, because I'm still waiting to see a little bit of a rivalry. And with that, we had a little bit of a sneak peek of that day summary where was the day report is here.
Exactly.
Bad Intentions. Look at them. What?
3,367. That is a big number, and yes, that's just in 2 matches. So close to, if my math is correct, 1,600 damage is what they have been able to secure at an average in each match.
16 kills.
This is looking very strong. Yes, brother.
I mean, that's what I'm just looking at because the kills right there say 1983, but I'm sure it is 16 kills and heals is going to be 1983, along with which we've got knockouts to be 18 and damage received at 2560. So again, I mean, no, my apologies. Damage received is for VNM Esports. I should have mentioned that. That is, I never liked that stat. Damage received.
Exactly. Coming into the
Don't
name of
really-
A1 Esports, that's what we
Yeah.
don't expect A1 Esports to be
True.
on that. Rather be on the damage giving side. You don't expect them to be on the damage
Yes.
giving side. That's for A1
Would
Esports.
be
but
better.
yes.
It would be better had that been the case, right?
Exactly.
But so true. Indeed. With that, we've got 6 games done on day number 1. Again, 6 games. We are going to move on along every single day in the semi-finals. 4 groups are here. Every single group is bringing in their best play. For you guys sitting back at home, do not, of course, forget to showcase your love and hashtag woke up your fun as well, because that is what it is all about. Oppo F19 Pro. That is what makes it all happen, and therefore it is really, really crucial to hashtag and book up your fun along with that. Ankit, final thoughts and words from you, mate.
It was an absolute stunner of the day. It could have been a better start than this. Be it be Group A or B or C or D. C or D on another level. Another
On
level.
another
And guess
level.
what?
Yep.
When they jump into the day 2, when they have their homeworks done, because they now have at least a sample size of 2 matches. If we talk about Group C
Exactly.
and D, things are gonna turn really different. Maybe we can see some different strategies. Maybe we can see some AKM 4x or 6x plays. Maybe we can see some more Car 98 shots, which I guess we did saw some less in numbers in today's match.
It was bad intention itself with the M249 that was just completely decimating on the move, right? On the
Yeah.
move, they were dishing out damage. Just phenomenal plays throughout that I can think of throughout the games, the 6 games that we've seen today.
Yeah.
And again, you guys sitting back at home, if you have some moments like those that you think were the best, clip those. Now you've actually got clipping or possibility, right? So just clip
Exactly.
those and hashtag with, of course, PMNC followed by Bangladesh region, which is going to be BD. And yeah, just share your love to the teams as well as all of us. And thank you so very much for tuning in. A beautiful day it was. All right. So one final question, Ankit. What team are you going to be rooting for tomorrow for the first 2 games?
From Group C, it will be Oxygen ES, one team that looked really promising to me because they did pretty well, and another team maybe one team BOD that was from Group B, I guess.
All right. Well, all right. With that banter done, we are done for the day. Thank you all
I mean,
so
I
very
would
much for
really love
tuning
to
in.
hear yours team that you would really pick up among these, because at the
I
end
don't
of the day,
know.
would
I'm
really love
confused
to see. I
about
would
that.
really love to compete here, because whether my team is going up against yours or
See.
I am falling down to yours.
People wouldn't love A1 Esports, so I would say A1 Esports should do it, but I really am going to keep my fingers crossed for XBET. That's a team
Look,
that does bring
A1
in a
Esports
decent demand.
is a team that I have really eyes my sight upon. I have a lot of expectations, and they
Right,
are
right,
gonna
right.
shine for sure, for sure, for sure.
Absolutely. With that sort of a love showcase, those of you sitting back at home, do not forget to showcase your love to those teams that you love as well. And with that, we are done with day number 1. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Sayonara.